Yours now.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of Sri Temple, I welcome all of you to Yoga Therapy for Health and Healing workshop by Dr. Dilip Sarkar. And we are going to start with the prayers, and Dr. Linganna is going to talk.
Introduce. Thank you.
Introduce, right? Yeah. Swami, நீங்க பண்ணுங்க.
Gajananam bodhaganadisevidam kabitachambu alasarapakshidam umasutam shokavinasakaranam namami Vigneshwara Padapangajam Moshikavagana Modagagasta Shamarakarna Pilambida Sutra Vamana Rupa Maheshwara Putra Vigna Vinayaka Pada Namaste Vigna Vinayaka Pada Namaste Vina Venkatesham Nanatho Nanatha Sada Venkatesam Smarami Smarami Hare Venkatesa Prasida Prasida Priyam Venkatesa Priyacha Priyacha Sarva Mangala Mangalye Shive Sarvartha Satike Saranye Triyambake Devi Narayani Namostute Hari Om Sahana Bhavatu Sahano Punaktu Sakaviryam Karavavakai Tejashvinavati Damastu Mavit Vishavakai Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Namaskar.
Thank you, Swamiji. Okay, we have 11 participants. So you think you should wait a little bit or we should go ahead? Anyway, we'll start.
We said, 8:30 to 9 will be the registration.
Okay, then why don't you wait till 9 o'clock then? Yeah, that would be better.
Because another 10 more minutes.
Yeah, there's no problem.
Okay. This is socializing time,
Right,
Yeah, that's
exactly.
right, that's right. Dr. Dilip, you had some life-changing event in your 50s. When was that? You said you had a myocardial infarction, then you had to retire from your surgery and went into Ayurvedic medicine and life-changing yogic transformation.
We yogis now, we live in present, we don't remember the past.
Travel back.
We don't travel back. No, the point here is very simple. I'm like you, we are very, high achiever. We came to this country as a physician, and also like all of you, that we never came here to, earn a living. We came here to achieve, to see, to learn, to see what we have within us. So we are always in a, what is called we call it a fright and flight mode. We are always in a sympathetic overdrive. So here I'm a, well-trained cardiovascular surgeon. I've been from University of Michigan, I have been called Arizona Heart Institute. Again, I'm not bragging like all of us. We are one of the best in the community. I'm the doctors of the doctors. I have absolutely zero, from Western medical standpoint, a medical condition. No diabetes, no hypertension, no truncal obesity, no family history. My parents lived up to 80s and 90s. And only thing I had as a surgeon is irritable bowel. You will see in my book, I have my book, and in the first chapter of my book is all about me. I wrote it down. So at age almost 20 years back. So I was, what, 52 at the time. I had a acute coronary event. I had a heart attack. And I had significant, immediately my cardiologists who have been talking about it, that our Indians have a very high incidence of coronary artery disease. Went to the hospital, and he was an Indian cardiologist. He did an emergency cardiac cath. I had a triple vessel significant disease. I have emergency triple vessel coronary bypass. Then what? You were an internist, so you know. So what my internist friend said, aspirin, statin, beta blocker, ACE inhibitor, take it and come back in 6 months.
Yeah.
So, okay. I've been a good boy, good kid, started taking it, but always in my mind, why? What happened to me? I cannot pinpoint from Western medical standpoint. Obviously, we are from Vedic philosophy. We go to the temple, we do the pujas and everything. First, I said, let me look into a little bit of Vedic philosophy, what Vedas guides us, you know. So Rig Ved, Samved, Yajurved, Atharva Ved. From the Atharva Ved comes, you know, Ayurved. From the Ayurved comes, you know, all the yoga practices, which I'll explain to you a little bit more. And I started, you know, as a Western trained physician, I was doing all the exercises, you know, eating right kind of food, exercising 5 days a week, and absolutely doing what is wellness on the concept of Western medicine. Then I really started doing I started understanding Ayurveda, following Ayurvedic lifestyle, started to know my doshas, Vata, Pitta, Kapha. Then I know my yoga practices. I find it out. It is a profound relaxation response. It is the activation of parasympathetic tone. And with 3 to 4 years, I had a little also defect in myocardial perfusion scan, which entirely became normal. My heart function became absolutely completely normal. I started negotiating with my cardiologist. And it's just between you and me, I won't share with anybody else. Slowly I said, why didn't you cut down my medication? Now I'm essentially normal. So within 4 or 5 years, we could cut down all my medication. So last 15 years, I'm off medication. I have absolutely normal cardiac function, enjoying a quality life. I'm like an Energizer battery, wake up between 5. I maintain what is called a Ayurvedic daily routine called Dinacharya, and do a practice every single morning instead of taking pill. And I crossed 20 years now. And I hope I feel exceptionally good. And people looks at me. Even Mani, when Mani came to my course, you know, we're doing a course in the Mani is here. She knows doing an Yogaville. She says, "My gosh, look at what you're doing." I said, "No, I'm not doing anything." I said, "You name me asana, I can do it." And how did it happen?
When I see your videos, I could not believe you could do all of those.
Yeah,
I thought
but
you are fake, but you are not.
Exactly. And the point here is very simple. You don't try. It comes to you. You know, whole Vedic philosophy is a let go, introspection, look inside yourself, you know, self, soul searching, listening to the inner voice. What caused it? We'll talk all about it. In fact, practice we'll be sitting in a chair and you will see it's a very simple practice.
Okay. Tell me when to start Saradi, when it is 9 o'clock.
Few more minutes, yeah.
Okay, all right. You are reformed president. Now you really look like Tamil.
No, it's getting bored with the
Tamil
same face. Yeah. Yesterday only I changed my.
Who did this for you? Yourself? You went to a barber.
No, myself.
God, that's very talented.
No, nothing, sir. Everything we have here, all clippers, and all.
One of the world's best yoga therapy center is in Chennai. Krishnamachari Yoga.
Krishnamachari. You know, Mr. Sridharan, the yoga teacher. Do you know him? His
I've
son
been
is
there.
my neighbor. His son is
Wow.
my neighbor in Pittsburgh, and he is my teacher. We are practicing his yoga.
Krishna Swami,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Rohit just was something.
Sir, கோயிலுக்கு போலாமா சுப்பிரபாதம் டைம்
நீ கிளம்புங்க நீங்க. ஓகே. நீங்க இதுல பார்ட்டிசிபேட் பண்ணலாம், நீங்க கிளம்பலாம். போய்ட்டு வாங்க. Thank you Swami.
Thank you, Swami.
I've been
Thank you,
invited
Swamiji.
twice. I've been invited twice in Krishnamachari Yoga Mandiram, and
Sure.
they're actually from Krishnamacharya's son, the Desikachar's son is a Kaustubh. They have a little bit of a problem, but it's over now. But yeah, beautiful. I mean,
Yes.
so many stories. First time I went there, they invited me and they gave me a South Indian delicacy. I don't know, yogis eat only rice and dal.
Yeah.
20 items,
Yep.
all different items with the small things. And then what interesting was, each item has a separate taste. Like you
Yeah.
taste this one,
Yeah.
and the next one is totally opposite taste.
Yeah.
And this is purely Ayurvedic concept.
Yeah.
When you study Ayurveda, you learn this. There's another one in outside Bangalore called S. Vyasa, called Swami Vivekanand Yoga Anushandhan Sanstha. And other information I want to share with you, you might know. First Yoga University being established in Los Angeles,
Yes.
outside India.
Right.
It's called the Vivekananda Yoga University, and it's approved by the state of California. Just give me 1 second, and I'm going to get the copy of my books. I can show it to you what the book looks like.
Sure. I was Dr.
Did I
Lingana.
see Mani Manoharan somewhere there?
Yeah, she's here. Yeah.
Hi,
She
Mani.
was the
Oh,
one
there
who-
you are. Okay.
She was the one instrument for this program.
You introduced it.
Right. And a few years back, when the Krishnamachari yoga person who came to Pittsburgh, I wanted to get a slot in our
Program.
temple. That time I couldn't able to do that. Yeah.
There is another guy with same name in Mysore also. He is famous. Krishnamachari or something.
No. His name is Sridhar. His name is Sridhar. Krishnamachari Yoga Center. Yeah.
The story of modern day yoga is that it has been there thousands and thousands of years, but because of the British and Mughal influence, they have destroyed all of our Vedic philosophy and Vedic culture. It was around 1920s. The first person obviously who brought yoga in this country is Swami Vivekanand in 1983. Then came a called Paramahansa Yoganand. He wrote a book called Autobiography of a Yogi. But in India, this was the king of Mysore. King of Mysore saw this Krishnamacharya.
Yeah.
And he asked Krishnamacharya, can you popularize a practice of yoga in India? And he started doing it, and he had a very 4 famous students. One is called Iyengar. You might hear of it called B.K.S. Iyengar. He goes by the called Iyengar Yoga. Another called Patabhai Joyce. He started. He also brought here. It's called the Vini Yoga. Then his son Desikachar. Then the first woman, one of the East European women. She goes by the name.
Hey, Mani.
But what is interesting is all the 4 students
Mani?
who've been practicing yoga, but with them.
I got it.
They lived. Indira Devi lived 102 years. Iyengar lived 96 years. Tabbai Joyce lived 94 years. So everybody started paying attention.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you the story about the history of yoga therapy, how it became a therapeutic, and how it became a part of called integrative medicine. That yoga therapy is now a part of Western medicine called integrative medicine.
Dr. Sarkar, it's a time for introducing you for the group, and then we can start from there, sir. Yeah. And Saradi, could you please mute all the participants until our question and answer session open?
I'll do it. Mute all. Oh, sorry. I can.
Yeah, Saradi. Sardi is the
No,
host,
no,
right?
I can, after, no, just one
Kept this
thing.
one over there.
I can mute all, then I can unmute. Is Lingana going to talk? Who's going to talk? Lingana?
Yeah, myself.
Okay.
I'm unmuted
But-
now.
Yeah, you're unmuted. Everybody else is muted.
Okay, all right. Namaste. Welcome to one and all once again. We all have a great opportunity of listening and watching Dr. Dilip Sarkar. Dilip Sarkar is well known not only in this country, his name and reputation goes beyond the borders of the United States. He has done a great work and he is still doing the great work. Currently, he is the director of Center for Taksha Integrative Medicine. Perumal, I'll have to call you back. Sorry. Sorry for the interruption, guys. To give a brief history of Dilip Sarkar, he was born in Dhaka, Bengal. He went to local schools there. He went to medical college. He finished his medical degree in 1972. Then he took an internship locally in Dhaka. Then he moved on to United States. He did his internship in 1972 and 73 at Pontiac, Michigan, Michigan University Hospital. He did a successful internship for 1 year there. Then he moved on to the residency in general surgery. As usual, it took about 4 hours for him to finish his fellowship residency in surgery. Subsequent to that, he took a fellowship in cardiovascular surgery. He did work as a cardiovascular surgeon for a long period of time till he hit the roadblock in his 50s when he developed a coronary syndrome. By that I mean he had a heart attack. It resulted in cardiac bypass surgery. Subsequent to that, his doctors, as usual, advised him reduce your stress and try to work less. As a surgeon, especially if you're a cardiothoracic surgeon or a vascular surgeon, reducing the workload and paying all the people is not possible. And also he had some inclination to try and learn alternative medicine and also see that he could become an expert at yoga. Then he tried all these things. He became a Ayurvedic physician, certified, and also he went into at length to train himself as a yoga therapist, which he achieved after several years of hard work and training. Finally, in the most recent past, he was given a honorary doctorate degree called the Doctorate of Literature of Yoga from Sri Vivekananda Yoga Anusandhana Samsthana Institute at Bangalore, India. It's a great honor that he could receive.
We don't see your face, you know. Can you remove the paper? I don't see your face, Langana.
Oh, okay, I was not looking at myself, sorry. Let me see where I am.
No, your paper.
Oh, okay, it's on the camera.
Okay, got
Okay,
it now.
now
Okay.
you can see. Okay. So now he's the director for a Taksha Shila Institute at Hampton, Virginia. This is dedicated for yoga and integrative medicine. He is a specialist in that at present. He has multiple other accolades and degrees. To state some of those, he is MD, Fellow of American College of Surgeons. He's got the doctorate in literature for yoga. And there are a lot of other things that I wrote somewhere. He can cover those things if need be. It's not necessary, I suppose. As he knows his own thing better than I can tell you about, I'm going to call upon Dr. Dilip Sarkar to familiarize us with his achievements and accolades that he has done so far and what he is doing, and he can take over the management of the program for today. Thank you, Dr. Dilip Sarkar, for agreeing to come and help us out in these difficult times of COVID. And many of us have the same problems that he had. I don't want to tell you that I was one of those too, but I worked till last 2 years and I've retired now. Thank you very much. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Langana. So he said everything, so we can finish it now. We have to be here a whole day here today, huh? Actually, we do the program. The way we do the program is we'll give you a little introduction first, because most of you probably don't know anything about the state of yoga as a therapy in United States. And you'll be surprised where we are. And he's talk about as a proud Indian, and Langana was giving my whole bio. We are from Bengal, and we are the most victim of the partition of Bengal. So we are from West Bengal, East Bengal, migrated. My father was in Calcutta, then went to Dhaka, came back to Calcutta, back and forth. So we ended up going to school, but we are presently all being shifted. What it is, the biggest gift of India, obviously, next to IT, next to all the technocrat intellect, is a yoga. Yoga is the biggest gift of India to the West. And as you see, in the Western mind always have one. What, when, where, how. So the Western mind is looking into it more and more and more, and trying to see what happened when you are in a state of yoga practice. You slowly and slowly enter into a state called meditation, and what are the physiological changes happens, and how does it affects our chronic diseases. We call it a non-communicable disease called NCD. We call it an endogenous disease. Endogenous disease means disease comes from within me. It is not the COVID, it's not an allergy, it's not a flu, it's not any chemical poisoning. I created the disease. I have diabetes, I have hypertension, I have a truncal obesity, I have coronary artery disease. We as a Western trained physician, we always try to say, oh, it is genetics, it is your diet, it is your smoking. Basically, really, we don't know. But practicing this yoga as yoga therapy, we realized what it is. So let's do the plan for the whole day. The plan for the whole day will be the first concept of yoga in our practice is that sitting kills, moving heals. So we're not going to sit for too long. So we'll be sitting here maybe about 45 minutes to an hour. I'm going to present some slides to you to show you the state of yoga therapy for health and healing. Then I'll give you a little break, 15, 20 minutes, maybe half an hour break. You go to a stretch break, you go to the restroom break. Then I will shift myself to a practice station, which is my other side of my room. We'll be sitting in a chair or sitting in a ground, either way, and we'll be practicing very simple yoga practices for chronic diseases. We'll take another break, and finally we'll practice your pranayama and meditation before we finish. You will see the time will go by before you will know. Now, as I said, most of you probably really don't know what the yoga philosophy is. So let me start with that and slowly bring it up to you so you will understand more and more. Yoga is a part of our Vedic philosophy. The root is in the Veda, and same as your Ayurveda. Ayurveda is also our traditional system of healing. Ayu means longevity, Veda means knowledge. We have 4 Vedas, Rig Veda, Sham Veda, Yajur Veda, Atharva Veda. From the Atharva Veda came your Ayurveda. But yogic philosophy has been mentioned in all the Vedas, demonstrating Rig Ved, Sam Ved, Yajur Ved, and Atharva Ved. It is a philosophy, and it used to be a Guru Shishya Parampara. That means it is in the Gurukul practice, and the transmission was the oral transmission. Nothing was written down. Guru used to tell to their students, and students used to memorize. And those are called sutras. So the Yoga Sutras, which were the philosophy, it was an oral tradition, but the person who wrote it down, his name is Patanjali. Patanjali also talks about this at least 2,000 to 3,000 years back. And this practice started in what is called today is your Indus Valley civilization, next to your river Sindhu, which is at the present time in Pakistan, between Karachi and Lahore, Mohenjo-daro and Harappa. So the philosophy is called Yoga Sutra of Patanjali. 196 sutras, of which 193 of them is to control your mind, called manasthir. It will quiet down stillness of your mind. And the practice is called Patanjali Ashtanga Yoga, 8 limbs of the yoga. 8 limbs in Sanskrit names are Yam, Niyam, Asan, Pranayam, Pratyahar, Dharan, Dhyan, Samadhi. Yam is a social restraint. There are 5 yam. Niyam is your personal restraint. You can always look it up. Santas, Shaucho, Tapa, Shraddhai, Ishvara Pranidhan. You see, asana is a physical alignment for your body. Pranayama, prana is your life force. Prana is a subtle energy which keeps us awake, alive. And yam means control and restraint. Breath is not prana. Breath is a carrier of your prana. If you say metaphorically, if prana is in electricity, breath is in like electric cable. So we regulate our breath to bring the prana in our body, which is called a pranic healing. And pranic healing is the one which is going to do all the health and healing for us. And that's the name came from. Next limb is called a pratyahara. Pratta means reject. Ahar means your intake. What is the intake? In yoga says your intakes are from your 5 senses. I hear, I see, I smell, I taste, and I touch. I control my 5 senses. I slowly entering into called chitta vritti nirodha. My chattering of your mind quiets down. And the way to explain in Western term, many of you are a IT professional, you can understand. Mind is a software, body is the hardware. When you control the software, the hardware gets fixed. We as a Western trained physician, we are try to fix the hardware, but the problem is in the software. And the software also have all the glitches. And these glitches, when you send it for a iPhone, you get this software updates, iOS 15.2.3, and yoga practice is basically a software update. Yoga practice removes all the glitches so your mind and software functions properly to correct your hardware. So as I was saying before all of you came, I was talking to Langana, is that here I am, 15 years, I'm off medication. I'm enjoying a quality life. And as a physician, I can communicate with the rest of our physician friends to continue. Dharan is the 6th sense. Dharan is a focus. When you try to focus yourself, you focus on your breath, focus on your mantra. Here the priest started with a mantra, and you never ask what mantra is. Mantra is a man. Man is a mind. Tra is your control and quieting down. Mantra has a vibration, and our brain has a vibration. 2 vibration interacts. It's a principle of physics called harmonic resonance. Mind quiets down. So look at that. When you go to the temple, when you're in a puja, when you're listening to the pujari, your mind quiets down, and you feel good in your physical body. That's the concept of mantra. Mantra has a lot of meaning, no question about it. But the way the pujari recites that mantra, the vibration, that is more important. You enter into a dhyan, the seventh limb called meditation. Meditation is the state when your body, mind, and spirit is in a balance. That is called yoga. You see, yoga is an anglicized word. The original Sanskrit word is called yoga. Yoga means union of your body, mind, and spirit. In a meditation, we have a multiple thought process in our mind. In a day, we're generating 30, 40, 50,000 thought process. Most of the thought process are in the past. Majority is in the future. Very little in the present. But even in the present, 90-95% thoughts are a repeat thought process. In a state of meditation, we enter in between the thought process. Slowly and slowly, we expand that gap. So the chattering of your mind, the repeat thought process, that I have to come, I have to talk to this group, I have to be there at 9 o'clock, that doesn't come back anymore. So your chitta vritti takes place, and that takes care of our body and mind, and that's what we call meditation is medication. And if you look at the two words, meditation and medication, meditation is only one letter called T, medication is one letter called C. Meditation is a transformation, medication is a choice. If you get into a transformation, you don't need a choice. Finally is your samadhi. Samadhi is your superconscious state. This is called a turiya. Called Turiya Anand, a state of mind. We'll talk about it. Jagroto, Shapno, Supto, Turiya. Let me go ahead and start showing you a little presentation. And if you have any questions, what you can do, you can put the questions in the chat, and then our Saradhi can read those questions. I'll be able to answer, because it's very hard. I tried, I've been so many Zoom meetings, very hard to read and then do it. So let me show you a few slides here. I'm going to share with you. Okay, the topic, as I said today, we'll talk about next, say, 40, 45 minutes. We'll take a break before we do a practice. Yoga therapy for health and healing. And I told you what yoga means. It's a philosophy, it's a practice. Yoga therapy means adaptation of the yoga practice based on your clinical condition. What does it mean? Somebody cannot even move, somebody cannot turn, there's severe back pain. We start doing very gentle spinal relaxation, following your breath, and you will see how the breath literally relaxes our physical body. The asana for whole therapy, there is only one asana which is described in our yoga philosophy. It's called Sthiram Sukham Asanam. Whatever posture you have a sthiram, stillness. Sukham, you are happy in the posture. And the asana is your physical posture. What we'll see that the whole yoga therapy is a non-competitive. You start where you are and you progress slowly, and we have seen, we call in stages, impossible become possible. So we'll talk about a little bit more. So somebody sent me this beautiful picture called have a look at the application of medical yoga in healthcare. Very nice. There's a fellow who is sitting down in a Padmasana. In our Western medicine, we call it evidence-based medicine. That's our conventional medicine. Show me the number, show me the studies. Yoga therapy is primarily now is a part of a medical specialty is called integrative medicine. Integrative medicine means integration of the wisdom of yoga therapy with the science of modern medicine. And I'll show it to you more and more. It's my book, and I will show you more and more what my book, title of my book, called Yoga Therapy, Ayurveda, and Western Medicine. If you can see that the title, Yoga Therapy, Ayurveda, and Western Medicine, whole screen is on. I'll show you later on. The integrative medicine, I will go over it a little bit more and more, and you'll see today, 2014, there is American Board of Integrative Medicine. And today is almost, 15 years back, maybe about 3 out of 140 medical schools had a department of integrative medicine. Today, we have almost 100 medical schools have a department of integrative medicine. 65 has their fellowship program. 25 of them has a proof fellowship for your board certification. And any good hospitals you can think, like MD Anderson Hospital in Houston, Cleveland Clinic, and if you can talk about even Harvard, I'll show it to you, the Harvard, the person called the Harvard Benson, who first started the concept of yoga therapy in America. But this is called a practice-based evidence. What does a practice-based evidence mean? Practice-based evidence means is you keep on doing it, you practice it. You will see that slowly and slowly everything will come to you. You don't want to do a Padmasana, or you don't want to do a sit down in a Sukhasana. You practice your quieting down your mind, manasthir. Your whole physical body will relax. In the physical body, your ligaments should relax for able to do it. Called practice-based evidence. Very important concept. This is for people who has a little bit of, not a medical background. We all have a medical background now, especially with this COVID-19. It is a relaxation response. This is in contrast to exercise. There's activation of parasympathetic tone. Exercise is a muscle contraction. It's a sympathetic response. My heart rate goes up, my blood pressure goes up, my respiratory rate goes up. I get a sympathetic overdrive. When I get a sympathetic overdrive, my body has a homeostasis. My body brings a parasympathetic activation. So what happens when exercise, I don't see how high is my pulse rate. I see what is my resting pulse rate. That means what is my activation of my parasympathetic tone. Parasympathetic reduces your heart rate. So the exercise, what you do, you go to a sympathetic overdrive followed by parasympathetic activation. But during that sympathetic overdrive, we get a lot of accidents. People are running marathon, 1 or 2 will drop dead. People are doing a very heavy duty, weight training, they may get a heart attack. But in a yoga practice is primarily a parasympathetic activation, and you will hardly see any effect of it in our body and mind. This is the one I want to share with you, how far we have gone. This is the world's first yoga university outside India. In India, probably now that our Prime Minister, Modi ji, has introduced a whole traditional system of healing in a healthcare system. It is called Ministry of Ayush, AYUSH. This is acronym. A stands for Ayurveda, Y stands for Yoga, U stands for Unani, S for the Siddha, and H for the homeopathy. They took it out from the Ministry of Health. It's a different ministry. The minister is called the Sripada Nayak, and they have assigned the universities in India to give a degree in bachelor's, master's, PhD, and even in doctorate. 2018, I get the honorary Doctor of Letters in Yoga, the highest degree from, called SVYASA, Swami Vivekananda Yoga Anushandhan Sanstha. They started the project about 4 years back. It took about 4 years from state of California to get the permission to have the first yoga university. They got the whole permission now. They're starting a Master of Science in Yoga online course starting in August of 2020. And I'll be one of the faculty to teach yoga therapy. Yoga therapy is experiential, means you're creator of your destiny. It is beyond science. If you can bring it down to the science, you can explain. But when you are practicing, you have your transformation in your body and mind, which only you can experience. You don't have no language to speak, no language to write. And it is a personal practice. Slowly and slowly, I will show it to you how we slowly relax our hands, relax our shoulder, relax our neck, relax our whole upper back, and how the breathing helps. And I'll show you in practice. It is a lifestyle, very important. It is a very addictive. If you keep on doing it, if you don't do one day, body and mind will remind you. So yoga as a therapy, we call it a science and art of healthy living. It is a part of a daily routine. It's called dinacharya. We'll talk a little bit about dinacharya during practice. You wake up between 4 to 6 in the morning, which is called the Brahma Muhurta. You drink a glass of water sitting down, called Ushapan. You do your tongue scraping. You do a gel neti to wash your nostril. You do a daily 1 hour of yoga practice, 25 minutes asanas, 25 minutes pranayama, 10 minutes of meditation. And it is purely called a lifestyle medicine. I do a lot of conferences, and one of the topic we do, yoga therapy as a lifestyle medicine. Always remember, we practice as yoga therapy, we meet where you are. Absolutely important. This is the thing I want you to take message. People comes to me, I'm 75, I'm 65, and I cannot move, I cannot turn. So that's okay. You start where you are. It's non-competitive. It's a staged approach that teaches a pain-free asana. We'll show it to you. If you put your 1 foot on the top, you get a pain, back off. Pain in yoga is called pay attention. Body is telling you that you have created imbalance. Then we have called the 5 layers called koshas. Annamaya kosha, pranomaya kosha, manomaya kosha, vijnanamaya kosha, anandamaya kosha. We'll talk a little bit more and more, you'll understand. Any imbalance you create in the physical body will show up in your breath. So if I keep on turning slowly and slowly, my breath will catch at one point. So what do you say? You come back. You stay in the posture when your breath is completely effortless. It is called effortless pranayama. When you have effortless pranayama, totally your sthiram, sukham asanam, you enter into a state of meditation. That meditation is the optimized body's natural healing power. This is the one thing we started to realize more and more, especially in Western medicine. Our body has an inherent healing power. Given time and access, in fact, we said at the state of meditation, we have a medicine cabinet of our mind. Our mind secretes all the medications we need. Very important concept. So remember, this is non-competitive. You start where you are. If I show you a pose, this is your ultimate pose, this is your ultimate goal. This is not your pose today. Today is pain-free, effortless breathing. Then you will see we call in stages, impossible become possible. In America, you see today, this is a study, the 36.7 million people doing yoga, 80 million, 16.8 billion industry. It's a huge, it's a 6,000 yoga studios in this country. And I teach yoga teachers training. And in fact, the next Saturday, I'll be doing again whole day. Day is coming that there will be a prescription, yoga therapy for coronary artery disease, yoga therapy for chronic low back pain, metabolic syndrome, cancer. It is already there. And if you're really interested, I'm going to show it to all the evidences and you will understand. So this is your academic consortium for integrative medicine. What I want you to notice, that slowly and slowly, as a Western trained physician, we started realizing it's a relationship between practitioner and the patient, focus on the whole person, looking beyond the body in mind to achieve optimal health and healing. Very, very important. The looking beyond the body, because our whole Western medicine was stuck to the body. This is just to tell you what I just said. You have a board of integrative medicine starting 2014. We have almost 25 programs, almost 100 schools have integrative medicine. The way it works, we call it a psychoneuroendocrinology. What is that? When you have a relaxation response, when you have an activation of an area of the brain which is beyond your normal, we call it a brain cortex, called a motor cortex, sensory and motor area. It is called the limbic system. It is called your emotional brain. It responds to your fear and the memory. Look at the stress. All of our endogenous disease, non-communicable disease, are due to our stress. Stress is called a fear of unknown. It activates your amygdala and hippocampus, two areas of the brain. It secretes some neurotransmitters, the amygdala, hippocampus. The neurotransmitter comes to hypothalamus. Hypothalamus is your body's homeostatic mechanism. It keeps the body, we call it a default mode. It always keeps it. If your blood pressure goes up today, hypothalamus can balance it. Hypothalamus sends a signal to your autonomic nervous system. Parasympathetic activation becomes more than sympathetic. Our exhalation is parasympathetic. Inhalation is sympathetic. And we'll show it to you when you do the practice. We breathe out first. We breathe out longer than breathing in. Then it sends a signal to your master gland, pituitary gland, called pituitary adrenal axis, which is called your the correction of altered hormonal homeostasis. We have these hormonal imbalances which creating called insulin resistance. We'll talk about a little bit more and more during practice, and you'll see what you do for insulin resistance. Women with the altered hormonal homeostasis. As I said, body is a hardware, mind is a software, spirit is a programmer. Who is the programmer? I'm the programmer. I program my software to fix my hardware. There is no problem in the world which does not have a solution. And there is no disease in the world which does not have a cure. Just awaken the doctor within. We have a doctor within us. Listening to your inner voice. I have diabetes. I have a heart disease. I have a diabetes. I'm going to see my doctor. 3 months, 6 months. He looks at my hemoglobin A1C. He gives the medication. But if my today blood sugar goes high up, I am the only one who knows what I ate, who did I fight, who did I curse. Nobody knows other than me. That is the doctor within. Very, very important concept. We must make our body work. We said our body needs movement and mind needs stillness. In Sanskrit, health is called shastha. Shastha word came from sha is your self and stha is your sthir, stillness. Stillness of your body, mind and spirit. So stillness of your body was sthiram, sukham, asanam. Stillness of your mind was chitta, vritti, nirodha. These are all yoga sutras which yoga told us so beautifully. So at the end, what do you know when you look at start looking inside, we find it out that I am the cause and I am the cure. We call illness. I'll show it to illness starts with I. And wellness starts with we. This is our father of modern medicine, Hippocrates. Hippocrates said, it is more important to know what sort of person has a disease than to know what sort of disease a person has. This is called the reductionist approach in Western medicine. and we call it a holistic approach. Holistic means we are going to fix your software and also the hardware, so your whole hardware will get fixed. But you know, Western medicine, I have a hypertension, you're looking at a hypertension, which is at terminal level. But to look at the limbic system level to fix it. This is just showing you that it's a new medical school. It is in Michigan, they started, called Oakland University. And they have a complete department. The Bowman School of Medicine has a Bowman School of Yoga Therapy with full-time yoga therapists. This lady, Veronica Zador, is a good friend of mine. She's teaching all the residents and the medical students how to integrate yoga. So if you're interested to know the state of yoga therapy in the United States, you can go to a website, it's called a PubMed. PubMed is the US National Library of Medicine. So I just did it on a few days back, July 22nd. If you just will search engine yoga therapy, you'll get 5,500 articles. And these are all in a PubMed index journal. They're a very reputable journal. These are not throwaway journals. These are not the journals like rats doing yoga, you know. And for your the NIH funding, you can see about 449 studies being funded. What is interesting is in West, they always separate meditation. They say yoga and meditation. They really don't understand that meditation is yoga. Meditation is seventh limb of yoga. Anyway, if you put the meditation, you'll get 7,000 articles and the 405 NIH funded studies. This is a department called in NIH, it's called the National Center for Complementary and Integrative Health. The director is actually endocrinologist. Her name is Helena Langavin. She's from actually Canadian. And you can see that on their main website, that there's a whole section of yoga. How to do, and then they have a whole list of diseases where they are funding for yoga therapy research. This is actually old type NIH. This is the organization, it's called International Association of Yoga Therapists, IAYT. It has been here since 1989, almost 31 years. The goal is that to connect yoga with the health. And I've been the president almost for 5 years, from 2013 to 2018. I stepped down because of my term limit. We do two conferences called Symposium on Yoga Therapy and Research, another called Symposium on Yoga Research. And we have, you know, it's a huge, big conference. And most of the presentations are physicians group or your long-lasting yoga therapist, and a lot of people in the PhD in the healthcare. And this year it was in Chicago, but this got canceled because of your COVID. But the Symposium on Yoga Research this year in October, that will be online. It will be online, and it will start in October. We have a journal called International Journal of Yoga Therapy, which is very PubMed index journal. We call it Yoga Therapy Today. There's a practice journal for the yoga therapist. These are the funny things I always collect, you know, there is nothing. This is called Yoga Journal, which is called the Yoga Therapy, Whitening Your Mind, Calming. It's a funny picture of the emergency room doctor doing a precaution tree pose when you come to the hospital. There's a Harvard Medical School. Harvard Medical School did in 2017, a second international congress on integrative medicine, role of yoga and Ayurveda. So I just want to show it to you where we are today. And as I said, most of you probably don't know what is the state of yoga therapy in United States. This is a program I've done a few times. This is called Yoga as a Lifestyle Medicine. And look at who's doing it, Smithsonian. Now, see, in a country or where they have an icon, France has the Eiffel Tower, Australia has a Sydney Opera House. What does United States have? The United States have no icon, except the biggest icon is Smithsonian. People know about Smithsonian. When Smithsonian does a program, Yoga as a Lifestyle Medicine, that means people listens. There was a big, what was the ad? When something talks, people listens. This is my book called Yoga Therapy, Ayurveda and Western Medicine. It's called A Healthy Convergence. But what very important is we put a picture. This is Albert Einstein, this is Rabindranath Tagore. And the inside in the book, it said the front cover is designed by Shikha Sarkar, that's my wife. Illustration of Albert Einstein and Rabindranath Tagore, where scientist meets a philosopher. That means when Western medicine is science, yoga therapy is philosophy, Ayurveda is a philosophy. When a science and philosophy meets, you get a complete cure of the disease at the root. Remember, disease, if you explain, dis-ease. Even in Sanskrit, disease is called ashuk. Shuk, happiness. All means no. When shuk is gone, ashuk. Very important concept. And these are the book, how available. It is very popular. It has been almost like a textbook in both yoga therapy and Ayurvedic yoga therapy school. And it is totally scientific. You have all the journal reference, every journal reference we have 75 articles journal reference, but all from your standard medical journals. And all the pictures are mine. If you see everything I'm doing, all the asanas, pranayamas, everything, and also explaining why you to do it, what is the indication, contraindication, and very important. This is my DVD, and I have a lot of DVDs called Yoga Therapy for Health and Healing, the daily practice. I have a whole YouTube channel called Dilip Sarkar Yoga. Any topic you want to discuss, yoga therapy for heart disease, pulmonary disease, different asanas for different disease, all are there. You could go and take a look at it, called in YouTube. And Facebook Live, I do a Facebook Live Saturday morning at 9:30 now, and you can come and join. And if sometimes Facebook gives you a little trouble, you can send me a friend's request. I'll accept it, and you can get in there, and we'll discuss about or do a practice every Saturday. These are other books in medicine, already here. Yoga is a medicine, meditation is a medicine. This is a book called Yoga Therapy, Integrative Medicine. I wrote the whole, actually, Dean Ornish. Dean Ornish is the father of your Western medicine. And this is, let me see if I can, that's something disturbance. Anyway, this is a new one called Principle and Practice of Yoga in Healthcare. So a lot of books are coming up. This is my friend, Charlie Tellis. He's a world famous yoga researcher, research-based perspective on psychophysiology of yoga. We have a Master of Science in Yoga, Maryland University of Yoga Therapy. Master of Science, and they have been doing it for almost last 7 or 8 years. And everybody who finishes that, they get a job. Actually, like your Cleveland Clinic just hired up 10 of them. And he's actually for Dean Ornish, who started called intensive cardiac rehabilitation. It's called reversal of coronary artery disease, and totally based on your yoga. So let's look at how it works. Primary prevention. See, I have a genetic predisposition. I have a genetic predisposition for a heart disease, genetic predisposition for diabetes. My father has hypertension. My father has diabetes. I'm going to have it. But if I continue a relaxation response, parasympathetic activation, it causes genetic suppression, prevents onset of the genetic disease. I'm not destined, because remember, gene doesn't cause the disease. It's called genetic expression. Gene has to express, and genetic expression is suppressed by a practice of yoga therapy. And this is a Cleveland Clinic. You can see, and the Cleveland Clinic has the whole program called Honey. And this is, look at time, beautiful. How not to end up here. So yoga therapy is regarded as a preventive medicine. That's beautiful, doing a chair yoga here in Cleveland Clinic. They have about 10 yoga classes daily. This is called a labyrinth. This is the yoga therapy class in Cleveland Clinic. This is the first person in this country who is described as a chief wellness officer. Actually, he's the one, Dr. Rosen, he wrote all the book with Dr. Alls. Secondary prevention means I have a genetic predisposition. I did something in my lifestyle to cause the genes to express. I have the clinical disease and I have usual treatment, medication, surgery, I have a cancer of the breast. So look at beautifully, cancer of the breast. I have a surgery, radiation, chemotherapy, I'm cured. Okay, 10 years, 15 years down the line, my cancer comes back. Why? I have the oncogene. The genetic changes are already there. So genetic changes came back again. In fact, I have the oncogene for every known cancer you can think about. I have oncogene for lung cancer, brain cancer, thyroid cancer, colon cancer. It has to express. So if you do a yoga therapy, you do genetic suppression, prevents progression or reversal of the disease. For example, me, I had a open heart surgery 20 years back. As you know, it's a progressive disease. People get another stent, people get another bypass, people get some more medication. But when you can incorporate a relaxation response, it doesn't come back anymore. Very important. Tertiary prevention means if you keep on doing, it will prevent complication. Like say, for example, diabetes. Diabetes complication will be your diabetic nephropathy. People in diabetes goes to dialysis. Diabetic retinopathy. Diabetic people who have hypertension, coronary artery disease. It will prevent the complication called tertiary prevention. Rehabilitation is extremely important. When you can incorporate yoga therapy we call it a non-communicable diseases called NCDs, you have a better management of the disease, less pharmaceutical support, and better quality of life. That is me sitting here. I have a better management of the disease. I'm disease-free. I do not take any medication at all. All my internist friends ask me, "You don't take any medication?" I said, "No." And the worst part of it is, then everyone asks for the next question. What do you do not to take that medication? I practice a Ayurvedic lifestyle. I practice better quality of life. I just want to give you a couple of examples. You see, there's a man, 73, it's a long time back, in 2013, Alan. He comes to me with severe ischemic cardiomyopathy, his ejection fraction of 10-20%. We have few physicians in the audience, so you'll understand this more. He has an inoperable coronary artery disease. He came to my class. I said, "Why don't you sit down with the spine straight, eyes closed, do a little pranayama, exhalation longer than inhalation. Exhalation is parasympathetic, inhalation is sympathetic." Within few months, he comes and he starts doing like this. So I said, "Go ahead and have it checked again." The ejection fraction is 40%, which is impossible from any kind of Western medical practice. What it is, with the pranayama, it increases your preload. It's called a preload goes high up. And then with the relaxation of your peripheral circulation, your afterload comes down. Increase in the preload, reduction in the afterload, which is almost impossible from any medication. This is the class I teach. This lady has a Parkinson's disease. She's sitting here. And what we find out, that people who practices headstand, we'll show it to you later and later. Headstand is totally, completely relaxation response. You don't learn the headstand. Headstand will come to you. It's not your neck pain. It's not your hypertension, not a heart disease. You go slowly and slowly. But what happens when you get a baroreceptor sensitivity, look at this man. He had all coronary artery disease. All the blood chemistry normalizes. Total cholesterol come down. This is between 10:1 to 3. So within 6 months, HDL goes high up, LDL. What it is, that whole your digestive system, called your food, get properly digested with a parasympathetic activation. you remember, from our mouth to our anal canal, the whole thing is supplied by parasympathetic nerve. So here, with the parasympathetic activation, all the things starts happening. This lady had a multiple sclerosis. After that, she's, really very, very well. And she does. And I asked them, what helped you? One answer: daily practice. This man had Parkinson's disease, and he's doing with that, and he can even he can even overcome Parkinson's disease. In fact, he's practicing a headstand. And he said when he does a headstand, it is so relaxed, this whole tremor, even Parkinson's disease, everything goes away but the tremor. So Parkinson's disease is a spastic disorder. So relaxation response, it totally almost cures. I do a course about once a month, yoga therapy for Parkinson's disease. This man was a cardiac cripple. 1969, had an open heart surgery. He has a malignant hypertension, surgery for aneurysm, atrial fibrillation, congestive heart failure, pacemaker. And cardiologist gave him up. Here he is now. He should be about 81 now. He's a perfect health. And he does all the balancing poses. The balancing poses quiets down your mind, improves your body function. It's a personalized lifestyle changes, very important. It is synergistic. That means you can do it even when you're taking another medication. And it's transformative. What does it transform? This is the picture a friend of mine sent it to me, and I love to share with you. This is called your Michelangelo's David. Well, after 2 years visit to United States, and the promoters are your McDonald's, Kentucky Fried Chicken, Panera Bread. But look at when they Photoshop how beautifully they did. This is called your truncal obesity. And we as a physician, we know the truncal obesity is a fat inside your abdomen called omental fat. Omental fat is like an endocrine organ. It secretes a pro-inflammatory molecule. It creates a whole phenomena: diabetes, hypertension, heart disease. And there's a lot of other components you'll see. It's called a sleep apnea. Sleep apnea causes truncal obesity. It causes this called a metabolic syndrome. Pure classical picture of a metabolic syndrome. So let me go ahead and finish a little bit now. But before I finish, I want to show you little pictures of the practices we'll do and the origin of yoga therapy. We always said that we learn from the children. If you look at the children always gets up into a bhujangasana. Children always get into a downward facing dog in a cat pose. You'll see a beautiful pictures of the babies. In fact, a friend of mine who's a radiologist, he said the babies even do yoga when they're inside the mother's womb, when they're growing up. And they said, he made the fun of it. He said, when they're doing so well, they became a yoga practitioner. When they come out with a headstand, with a Shirshasana. A friend of mine took a picture of it. These are all available. So if you look at a baby, this is the natural stance, mountain pose, Prakasana. They sit down in a Vajrasana. They sit down in a Sukhasana. They get up into a Bhujangasana. They get into a Shalabhasana, locust pose. Get that? Adho Mukha Asana is a downward facing dog. This is called a cat pose, Marjarasana. Jathar Parivartanasana. So wonderful pictures. This is Upavista Konasana. We try to do it, and this is natural. Paschimuttanasana. Balasana. Balasana is very good for your anxiety, for your neuropsychiatric disorder. We practice Balasana. The children's doing a Balasana effortlessly. These are all effortless practice for the children. This is called Supta Baddha Konasana. That's where baby sleeps. So people who have insomnia, we tell them to do like that and do a little breathing called a breath holding. When you're breath holding, it's called CO2 narcosis. CO2 narcosis helps in your sleep. Boat pose, Nokasana. Wonderful practice. And this is the message for you to take home. Illness starts with I, wellness starts with we. Actually, this is from one of our spiritual leader, name is Swami Sachidanand. Sachidanand has a center little south of Charlottesville called Yogaville. He was invited in University of Virginia to give a lecture to actually 500 physicians. He stood up, he wrote down illness, wellness, a circle I, circle we, and at the end of my talk, the moment you remove I from your vocabulary, you are well. I can do it. What will happen if I'm gone? Nothing will happen if you're gone. What will happen to my family? You know what? Think about it. You may be a hindrance for your family. The family may do even better if you're not here. Remove the concept of I. That is the philosophy of medicine. Very simple. So we'll start practicing. We'll be practicing in a chair, but we'll practicing. We'll see in stages. This is called Sukhasana. Easy, you put feet underneath your knees, keep your spine straight, eyes closed. Do a mudra. A hand mudra is what it does. Hand connects your body and mind. Remember, if I see something nice and good, I do it before I even do anything. If I want something, I say, give it to. So your hand moves before even your tongue. So we'll talk about little mudras. Dhanu mudra, it's called Vayu mudra, Shunya mudra, Prithvi mudra, Varun mudra. So these are all in my book, all in my DVDs. They're all in the YouTube. You'll be able to get it. This is called your Apana mudra, Apana Vayu mudra, a Linga mudra. So talk. And then slowly she progresses. It's called your Siddhasana. From Siddhasana, you put a 1 foot high up. It's called Ardha Padmasana. And both feet goes up, called a Padmasana. In stages, it happens. You don't want to do it. It will come to you. And in this relaxation response, we call this a preventive medicine. Why? Because this is activation of parasympathetic tone. Parasympathetic is called calm and digest. And all of our non-communicable disease is due to stress, which is sympathetic overdrive. So this is the cure all. This is called pumping and cupping. We'll practice and we'll see very relaxing. There is a branch, it's called the auricular branch of the vagus nerve. Vagus nerve is the activation of parasympathetic tone. We'll do a practice how to activate the branches of the vagus nerve. We'll start doing the hand relaxation. This is called Adhi Mudra. We'll talk about called Balo Mushti Mudra. That's where babies does close. Baby will take the hand, thumb inside and close. This will remove all of your hand pain. This is called your wrist, called Mani Bandhanaman, wrist pain, carpal tunnel. This is the way by the time you can do it, your carpal tunnel will be gone. It's called Paschim Namaskar. It opens the upper part of the chest. And this is your called Skandha Chalanasana. Literally, you move your shoulder. We'll go back and practice very soon. It's called Brahma Mudra, your neck relaxation. We do 4 postures, 1 front and back, 1 on the side, 1 in the back, 1 rotation. We'll be practicing that too. We start from the lower extremity. When you separate your toes, your feet gets relaxed. Very, very important. And we'll show it to you how to do it. Even you can do it with your fingers. This is called your Chakki Chalanasana, grinding, Paschimuttanasana, very relaxing asanas. This is your hip movement, relaxation of the hip and knees. This is the way you put your fingers in between toes and see how when the toes get separated, your pain in the foot goes away and then the foot goes completely relaxed. This is called a Titli Asana, butterfly, Yog Mudra. We'll be practicing all of them. We'll do some standing asanas. This is called your Malasana. The Malasana will get up, called a sit, rise, test. You'll sit down and get up a few times. Keep your body straight. This is called a Tirjak Tadasana. There's a lot of information here, but all of them will put it together in this DVD. This DVD has all of them here, all my book. My book has everything. So it is just to give you, or I may share all the slides with you with the Shraddhi so you can see. Trikonasana, very powerful asana. the standing Paschim Namaskar. These are called balancing poses. We'll practice this. I'm showing it to you, but we'll show it in your practice. Beautiful Brikhasana, the balancing poses. Natarajasana, they call Birabhadrasana, the balancing poses. It's called a Prasharita Uttanasana. Very nice asana for your improving relaxation. When the head goes down, all the pressure inside the head comes down. Surya Namaskar, we'll do a Surya Namaskar, and we'll do Surya Namaskar also in a chair. Surya Namaskar has a mantra, 12 mantras, which are the name of your sun. So Chandra Namaskar, this is for people with hypertension, heart disease. It is a very calming, cooling asana. The 12 asanas we'll be practicing. This is called a Vajrasana. It's called a Mandukasana, Shashanka Asana, Rabbit Pose, Gomukhasana, Vakrasana. This is very good for spinal twist. Ardha Matsyendrasana, good for your spinal twist. Makarasana, Bhujangasana, called Shalabhasana, Dhanurasana, Pavan Muktasana. So these are the asanas we practice, but what we will tell you that you do a few asanas in a day for 25 minutes, but you practice pranayama every day. Practice pranayama. We'll have a set of pranayama, 6 or 7 pranayamas, and also the meditation. It's a very, very important, very, very important concept that then you can see Markatasana, Utthita Padasana, Parivartas, Dichakrika, like a cycling. So you can see that in stages. This is called Sarvangasana. But when you get relaxed, you can do all of them. This is called Halasana. Then when you want to learn how to do Sirsasana, even in this age, we'll see how really in stages, you do in stages and slowly. It might take even weeks and months. In steps, you'll see you'll get into a perfect Sirsasana. Savasana, called a Singhasana, Hasasana. And these are the pranayamas. We call it Brahmari. The pranayamas are called your Bastrika, Kapalbhati, Anulom Vilom, Nadishuddhi Pranayam, Brahmari, Shitali. We'll practice this before we finish. We'll do in the morning the asana practice, take a little break. We'll do all the 7 pranayamas, do a little meditation, and this how to do this. Bastrika, Kapalbhati, Bajra Pranayam, Agnisar Kriya, Anulom Vilom, called alternate nostril breathing, Nadishuddhi Pranayam. This is called a Brahmari Pranayam, Sitali, Sitkari, Shankha Pranayam. Shankha Pranayam is we'll show it to you. We'll do practice, we'll understand. This is just to give you an idea, called Ujjayi Pranayam, Murcha Pranayam. Then we'll do a little called Chakra Awakening Meditation. There's a lot of bandhas we do. This is called your abdominal lock, Uddiyani Bandh. Very good for all the abdominal diseases. Suck it in and hold. And a lot of mudras are there. And the mudras these are the 5 components. So let's do one thing. Let's do a little break here now. And what we will do, this is, Surati is here. Ask to unmute. You can unmute yourself. Surati?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Oh, you're here. Okay. So what is the time now? 10 o'clock?
Yeah, 10:03.
Okay. So why don't you do one thing? Keep this thing on. Keep the recording. Let me go to my other station. We'll start doing a little practice. And let's take 20-25 minutes break. Let's come back around 10:30. So do a little stretch break, get up, do yourself a little stretching side to side, and we'll come back. I will have a chair and I'll sit down in the ground and do your call a comfort break, restroom break. And let's give some break, sitting down with sitting kills, moving hills, huh? Is it good? Lingana, sitting kills,
I thought you meant a breakfast break. No break.
No, I mean, breakfast. Khana to.
He did ask a question. You talked briefly about the effect of chanting mantras by priest. Can you please elaborate about this?
Okay.
Helps given many priests in temple, how chanting can be done.
Sure. The first is, we'll show you a practice. It's called a Bhramri Pranayama. In a Bhramri Pranayama, you'll see we shut down our 5 senses. Then we breathe in through our nostril, breathe out with a frequency. And the frequency has the same frequency as the frequency of your brain. And it's a principle of physics. It's called your harmonic resonance. Two frequency when interacts, it can cancel or it can enhance. And same as the Om. When you do the Om has a 3 component. A, U, Ma, lower part of the lung, middle part of the lung, upper part of the lung. See, when you do Om, first you breathe out. Take a deep breath in. Now, if you are from a healthcare provider, let me tell you what will happen. If you are looking at my brain scan now, if I put a functional MRI when I'm doing my own, you'll see that my effect on my brain from my 5 senses, from my vision, from my hearing, from smell, taste, and touch, it slowly and slowly goes down. That means if you're recording the frequency of my brain goes into a state of quietness. And that is called the effect of mantra. See the word itself, man. Man is your mind. Tra is a controlling, regulating. Mantra, you can say whatever word is there, the word has a meaning. Asatoma, Sadgamaya, Tamasoma, Jyotirgamaya. You can say all the words, but the way you pronounce. Now, historically, we know from Indian tradition, you might have heard Tansen. Tansen used to sing and break a glass. What happened, his singing frequency has a frequency of the glass. So when the 2 frequency cancels, it acts. Tansen said he could use to get a rain from the cloud by singing. And you will notice another thing. If you hear a music, okay, any further, let's say you're in a concert hall looking music, okay? So everybody listening to the music, so somebody will say, doing this, somebody will do the body like this, somebody will do the whole body like this. So the frequency has an effect. In computer language, it has an effect on a CPU, whenever CPU, and that's the way when you come to the temple, when you sit down in front of a mantra, you are totally in a completely relaxed body, mind, and spirit. So now we call it a neuroscience or neurophysiology behind a mantra. So answer to your question is, it's a frequency which cancels the frequency of your brain. And you can do a lot of, if you want to do a research, you can go to PubMed, look at a PubMed. Also, you can do, let me give you references. In India, there is a big center called a NIMHANS. NIMHANS is in Bangalore. It's called National Institute Mental Health. It's a mental health. NIMHANS have a lot of research on Om and effect of Om in our brain. And scientific, with a functional MRI, with all the evidence. There is one whose name is Richie Davidson. Richie Davidson, University of Wisconsin. He's a radiologist. He has a called an open MRI. Open MRI means it's an MRI machine, this Fuji X-ray. It comes from the top in your head. So he had a meditating monks. Even he had a Dalai Lama. With eyes closed, chanting the mantras, and he is lowering down his functional MRI machine and do MRI of the brain. Another person name is Andy Newberg. Andy Newberg, he's actually a neurologist. And these are all physicians. He's from, I think, somewhere in Pennsylvania, Philadelphia area, I think. He goes by the name neurotheologist. And he, he's a physician. He wrote a book called Why God Don't Go Away. And he showed the effect of vibration in the mind. Thank you. Beautiful question. Thanks for asking. What is next? Radhe? Question was.
Yeah. The second question is, everyone jumps to asanas and meditation. Please talk about the first limbs of yoga, yamas and niyamas and their importance.
Yes. Yama niyama is extremely important. So remember, it is your ahimsa, brahmachari, satta, asthya, aparigraha. Question is, in our present state of your mind, you cannot get in there. It's almost impossible to start with. But it is possible to start with a physical reason. And physical reason is asanas. Like it is like entering into a house. The house has all the 8 rooms, all 8 limbs. You have to enter the house. You're entering the house through your main entrance with the asana. You keep doing the asanas and everything will come to you. Why? Today, I cannot touch I'm trying to touch my toe. I cannot touch my toe. I keep my eyes closed. I slowly keep on doing it. We have a change in our brain, which is called a neuroplasticity. Neuroplasticity means like a habit forming. You get a 20, 30, 40 inputs, you'll be able to do it very simply. Why? You could do it. If you start today, you will see, you will have a transformation tomorrow. Neuroplasticity. When neuroplasticity takes place, when I say, you know what, I can touch the ground. Then my mind says, let me see. Let me start looking inside. Let me see if I'm telling the truth. Let me see if I'm practicing non-violence, ahimsa. Let me see if I do non-stealing. Let me see non-attachment. So yam niyama will come to you. The whole yoga practice will come to you. When your body gets very relaxed, I'll show it to you. When the body gets relaxed, your breathing becomes effortless. The muscles of respiration. And very simple. A person is very tight, whatever, very rapid, shallow breathing. So we are relaxed with yogis. Let's see what happened. Lungs is like a balloon. It has a 4-liter capacity. We only breathe 0.5 liter. Our tidal volume is only 500 cc. We have 80-90% reserve. That's why pranayama becomes so important in this time of COVID-19. So my balloon, I first empty it. Slowly I take a deep breath. Initially, I could do 2 seconds in, then I'll do 4 seconds in. For me, I'll be able to do it. Then I breathe out. Remember one thing, the moment I'm doing it, I'm looking at myself. I'm content. Do I have a santosh? Am I clean? Socho. Did I clean myself? Did I clean my body, my mind? Did I have a tapas? controlling all my senses? Do I do a Shraddha? Did I read the scripture this morning before I start my practice? Did I surrender to the Supreme Being, Divine, Ishvara Pranidhana? So answering to your question is that we have seen in all our research and experience, a person gets into yoga for physical reason, but stays in the yoga for spiritual reason. And spirituality is not going to the temple, not going to a mosque, not going to a synagogue. Spirituality is believing in a power above me, surrendering and looking inside me. That is myself. My soul is myself. Self-discipline. Self-discipline is a dharma. Self-discovery. Self-discovery is introspection. Self-realization is enlightenment. These will all come with yoga practice. So answer to your question is, yes, they're extremely important. But if you start with those asana, yama and niyama, you will never get into a practice of yoga, especially at this time of our life, at this time of our society. When we lived in the yogic life, we could do it. We have a Gurukul, started at the Gurukul, we started with Yama and Niyama, but these days it will come to you instead of your practicing it. Beautiful question. Okay, what's next?
We'll hold off the questions now till the next break period, Dr. Sarkar.
Beautiful. Okay, let's start a practice, okay? Because why, what is it? Yoga, I always tell people, in 99% practice, 1% theory. In Sanskrit, it says, Karo Yog, Raho Nirog. What it does a transformation. What does it transform? It transforms from a rogi. Who is rogi? Person with a patient, to a nirogi. No disease. Then is a yogi. So we have a practice for a rogi, then practice for a nirogi, practice for a yogi. First practice. Person comes to me or comes to you. You are as a yoga therapist or an integrative physician. I have a multiple non-communicable disease. I have diabetes, I have hypertension, I have a heart disease, I have arthritis, I have depression, you name it. So what to do? First, you will always see, this is your observation, person who is chronically diseased, the physical posture is not correct. What does it mean? Our skeleton, if you keep it there, is going to fall in the front. So the muscles called paraspinal muscles, it contracts and keeps us straight. I get a profound state of tension. My back muscles are like a two piece of brick sitting here. I give a little bit of relief. So first yoga therapy practice is keeping your spine straight. It's called Merudanda Achal. You will see a person who has a chronic disease condition or do have a depression, a neuropsychiatric, first he will be hunchback like this. He will be sitting like this. The moment you start correcting their posture, you'll be amazed. You'll be halfway corrected. Now, we could never say, we've been in this country over, 50 years now. We've been all sitting in a chair and table, never had a reason to sitting down, like in India. So you may not be able to sit down. So see, I have a chair in my bag. So what do? You start in a chair. So when you sit down in a chair also, always keep your spine straight. Keep your spine straight. Body will be like a 90-degree angle. Even if you have a problem touching the ground, you can put a folded blanket. So that body shape is always at a 90 degree. This is the way, especially the computer guys, you guys, You guys are all hunchback looking at this keyboard and this, and you are hurting yourself. The highest number of non-communicable disease today is with that. IT people, computer guys. So if you look at it from the sidewise, if you sit in a chair, you sit in a front, you'll keep your spine straight. That's the way you'll sit. This is the way you will have your food, sitting in a chair, then you'll drive your car, the way you'll do your computer, even if you go all the way to the back. You keep your spine straight. You're not supporting your back, you're keeping your spine straight. So the most important, the first yoga therapy practice is to keep your called Merudanda Achal, spine straight. Next one is called Manasthir. Manasthir, you have to quiet down your mind. And how to quiet down your mind? The first, if you are able to sit down, so this is I'm sitting down. This is called a Sukhasana. I put my feet under my knee, it crosses, and my spine is straight, my eyes are closed. Suppose in this posture I have a pain, I back off. I back off where I don't have any pain, but I have a little discomfort, or comfortable discomfort. In that posture, next thing I do, I use my hand mudras. Remember, mudras connects your body and mind. Our universe is made of 5 elements called Pancha Mahabhuta. Akash, Vayu, Agni, Jal, Prithvi. Space, air, fire, water, earth. They represent in my body, in my hand. Space is the middle finger, air is the index finger, fire is a thumb, water is a little finger, earth is a ring finger. So this is called a Dhyana Mudra or Jnana Mudra. Index finger, this is you will see all the rishis, pujaris are sitting like this. Even when if you look at a pujari, when the mantra with the hand mudras. Mudras are everywhere. Mudras are in a Bharatanatyam. Bharatanatyam says when you look at a hand, drishti, hand connects with your eyes connects with your mind connects to your heart. That is your connection between your soul. So this is called a Vayu Mudra. Index finger down, quiets down, it controls your pain. You call it Shunna Mudra, it helps your hearing. It's called a Prithvi Mudra, helps your obesity and diabetes. They call it Varun Mudra, called a Shakti Mudra. We'll show it to you when you do a little bit more pranayama. So do a mudra, close your eyes, and now bring your breathing. Breathe out first. Slowly take a deep breath in. Breathe out longer than breathing in. If you keep practicing for a few days like this, you'll see this thing is going to happen. This thing is going to happen without even trying. Next is that we'll practice a little bit of breathing, so you'll see how the breathing quiets down. But before that, we are lateralized. I'm right-handed, right-footed. I don't use much my left hand and left. So I'm using one half of my brain more than the other half. That is creating a tremendous amount of imbalance in my body and mind. In yoga therapy, health is defined as a balance of your body, mind, and spirit. So if you're sitting like this, in a short time, what you'll do, you'll change your foot, see if you can sit in the other side. Try it. If you're doing with me, try it and see what will happen. One side will be easier than the other side. If you're sitting in a chair, what you will do in a chair, very simple technique. These are the technique, looks very simple, but has a profound effect on your body and mind. Suppose if you can put your one foot in the top. Do a hand mudra. This is called a Dhyana Mudra or a Jnana Mudra. Close your eyes. Do your breathing very effortlessly. Breathing out longer than breathing in. and in a short time you feel a profound level of relaxation. The moment you feel the relaxation, then you drop it down. You use the other foot hand, activating both sides of your brain, bringing the balance back. So the first yoga therapy practice is your Merudanda Achal Manasthir. Man has to be sthir. Then you will see in stages, you will enter into all the asanas. I'm already feeling a little relaxed. I can progress. Next asana is called the Siddhasana. I take my heel all the way to the back. I take my foot in the top. I showed you the picture already. My knees will drop down. If the knee doesn't drop down, if it is here, let it be here. Why? If I push it down, what will happen? It will come back way up like this. Close my eyes, do my breathing. Slowly this thing will happen. Okay. Now, let's do a little practice of your relaxation. The first relaxation, as you said, you'll be breathing. Let's start with the hand mudra, index finger and thumb. Put it gently over your knees. You breathe out first. You will breathe in, count of 2 in, count of 4 out. 2 seconds in, 4 seconds out. Very easy. You can do it very simply. Reduce your number of breaths. We normally breathe about 15 to 16 breaths per minute. 2 seconds in, 4 seconds out. You're already reduced to 10. You'll easily see you can do 4 seconds in, 8 seconds out. 6 seconds in, 12 seconds out. 8 seconds in, 16 seconds out. We've been practicing for so we can easily do 10 seconds in, 20 seconds out. Let's do a couple of practices if we can do, see how far. Don't make any effort, effortless practice. And wherever you are, you stay at that level. Let's do breathe out first. A count of 2 in, count of 4 out. Very easy, effortless. Effortless means I can breathe, I can talk. Let's progress, count of 4 in, count of 8 out. Breathe out first. Always breathe out first in yoga practice. If you can do it, very good. But stay here if you cannot progress anymore. So for me, let me show it to you how easy it is for me to do a count of 6 in, count of 12 out. So you breathe out first. Count of 6 in, count of 12 out. Still you can progress. I can do 8 seconds in, 10 seconds out. Sorry, 16 seconds out. We show it to you, but don't do it if you cannot do it. But this will be your goal. Your goal will come. My goal is already there, 10 seconds in, 20 seconds out. Breathe out first. Eight seconds. Seconds out. These quiets down your mind, manasthir. How do I know? You have some physician in there, you will know. I have saliva in my mouth. Saliva in your mouth means you have a parasympathetic activation. So I don't drink any water, my mouth is wet. When you are scared, when you're fearful, you get a dry mouth. Why? Sympathetic overdrive. So we always say, food is an energy. You have to burn the food. If you want to burn a food, that is a sympathetic. Totally opposite. Whole gastrointestinal system, here from parotid gland all the way up to renal sphincter, is supplied by your parasympathetic nerve. Parasympathetic activation you need. Food converts into your tissues called saptadhatu. Rashadhatu, Raktadhatu, Mamsadhatu, Medodhatu, Astidhatu, Majjadhatu, Shukradhatu. I'm talking a little bit to you because if you're sitting down in this posture, even if you're sitting in a chair, I want you to sit down. If you can sit down for a little longer time. So I'm progressing. I told you in stages, impossible become possible. I take my one foot on the top, put it down. This is called Ardha Padmasana. Now, for you, it's causing pain. Causing pain, what you back off. And I hear so many times, oh, I was doing this thing, I was doing this practice, I hurt myself, because you're not listening to your body. Even if pain here, put it down here, somewhere where you don't have any pain. Pain is telling you in yoga called pay attention. Next, mind quiets down. Mind in yoga is called content of your five senses. What you hear, what you see, what you smell, what you taste, and what you touch. Quiet down your mind. So you shut down your five senses, then come back again, question of frequency. You create a frequency, which is the same frequency as the brain. It's called Bhramri Pranayama. So let's practice if you can do. Put your index finger in your third eye, between your eyebrows. Take your three fingers to close your eyes. Use your thumb to close your ear and close your mouth. You shut down your vision, your hearing, and your smell and taste. We'll breathe out first, and all the breathing in yoga done through your nose. And we'll talk about it a little bit more. Why? Breathe out through your nostril, breathe in through your nostril, breathe out the sound of a bumblebee. Just do it one time and you'll see the effect of it. Breathe out first. Take a deep breath in. Slowly take your both the hands. It's called palming and cupping. Keep your hands, keep rubbing your hands. Keep rubbing your hands. When you feel the warmth in your hand, if you're wearing glasses, remove your glasses. Take both the hands as a cup. Put it over your eyes. Let the eyes take all the heat from your hand. Eyes get relaxed. Called ciliary muscles get relaxed. Then massage your forehead, massage your eyes, massage your face. Massage your ear, especially back of your ear, front of your ear, tragus, inside the ear canal. There is called a branch called auricular branch of vagus nerve. So remember, when you little bit of a nice massage to the external ear canal, you feel very good. It's a parasympathetic activation. Bring it down, you massage in front of the neck. This is called a carotid sinus. There is a carotid sinus at the bifurcation of a carotid artery. When you massage it, it quiets down your whole cardiovascular system because of parasympathetic activation. We know when you have a supraventricular tachycardia, we do a carotid sinus massage. Very important practice. So you already relax. So your relaxation when you practice, now I'm doing, remember, and balancing, opposite side. When your both sides will be practiced, will be equal, you'll see. You'll see when you do called Gomukhasana, cow face. When you put your hands in the back on both sides, one side will be easier than the other side. But you keep on practicing when both sides will be equal. When both sides will be equal, you transform from Rogi to Nirogi. Then we'll be able to do it completely effortlessly, as if that is your Savasana. Every asana will be like your Savasana. You don't need a Savasana for yoga therapy practice. That is your practice of yoga. So next you start relaxing your body parts. So like your hands. Your hand get relaxed, I show you. Baby, called Balo Mushti Mudra. If you see a baby, baby will take the hand, baby will put the thumb inside and close. That's the way baby will have it. This is called Adhi Mudra, also called Balo Mushti Mudra. If you keep on doing it, it will slowly and slowly cause a relaxation of your hands and wrist. Pain doesn't come from arthritis. Pain doesn't come from your degenerative joint. Remember, the joint has a cartilage. Cartilage doesn't have any pain fiber. When you have a damage to the joint, the ligaments, muscles, tendon, they tightness up. They call it splinting. That causes pain. So the moment you can do this, do it with breathing. If you can put your hands, see this chair, you do it. Breathe out first. My eyes are closed. Take a deep breath in and slowly do Adhi Mudra. Wrist gets relaxed with extension and wrist tightens up with the flexion. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. It's a wonderful practice. Then, let me show you one thing. Your hand has a lot of other diseases. One is called a trigger finger. I don't know if anybody have it. Trigger finger will be the hand. You know, it will be the tendon. There is a pulley, and it will be triggered. That will just trigger it. Another called Dupuytren's contracture. There will be a contracture. Your hand will get contract like this. So what you need, hand has a normal shape. You want to keep the normal shape of the hand. Best way to do it, if you get a little ball, this little ball with a little bit of a texture. It can be a tennis ball. Tennis ball is perfect size. You will hold into your hand. See if you get into the whole posture of the hand. And if you do it with breathing, breathe out first. Breathe in. Breathe out. You squeeze the ball. Breathe in, you let go. Breathe out. Breathe in. This ball has a texture. I don't remember where I got it, but I got it from. It exactly puts you like a hand and exactly breathe in. Breathe out. You see that? How it is get a texture? Gets there. It's a beautiful practice. You need to relax your shoulder and the neck. Very important practice. You could do it even sitting in a chair. You're sitting in a chair. Let's do it sitting in a chair. You can sit down in the ground. Either way you can do it. But I'm going to show it to you. So back and forth since I have a chair here. Spine straight. Shoulder is a ball and socket joint. Put your hand here and slowly try to bring your elbows together. It's hurting here. If you're hurting here, back off. Find a place where you are comfortable. And do with your eyes closed so you don't know who is doing what. You are non-competitive. Do with the breathing. Breathe out first. Take a deep breath in. Slowly rotate your shoulder. I'm just showing you the technique. Breathe in. At home, you will do it a little bit more. But when you do it very silently, put a little light music and do it silently, you will see it will go so fast you don't even know. Opposite, breathe in, breathe out, opposite side. Always balance. Health is a balance of your body, mind, and spirit. You can hold your hand in the top. You take a deep breath, breathe out first, take a deep breath in, pull it down behind your head down. Breathing out. Slowly go higher. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. Neck is the most tightest part of your body. You can sit in a chair or you can sit in the ground. See, if I'm sitting in the ground, you will see what I'm going to show it to you. Now I'm relaxed enough. I'm in stages. So I can put my one foot on the top. So how beautiful it is, huh? I can take other foot, bring it up. I sit down in a Padmasana. Now people will say, oh, look at him. Oh, this is so. Yes, this is painful. This difficult asana. Completely opposite. I'm in a profound level of relaxation. You will see our yogis sitting down in a Padmasana for not even hours and hours, and days they can sit down like this. Because it's a profound relaxation response. It's called a Sithilikaranasana. So the neck, so let's do a neck movement with a vibration. Remember the Bhramri Pranayama, which quiets down your brain? The neck is very tight. So people always say, you know, the neck pain is not from your herniated disc, not from your spinal stenosis, not from a cervical radiculopathy. It irritates a nerve, causes tightness of the muscle. So another thing is that when you do the breathing out longer than breathing in, or when you do breathing called a Bhram, well, a Bastrika. Active inhalation, active exhalation brings more oxygen in, or the relaxation. So hand, use your Adhi Mudra. If you're sitting in a chair, it's the same thing. Sitting in a chair, put your thumb inside and close, put it over your knees. Will be the 4 postures of your neck to relax. Breathe out first. Take a deep breath in, slowly drop your neck to the back. And you breathe out, do with your bumblebee sound. What you're looking for? Looking for a pain and effortless breathing. People always come and say, oh, you know, I had a neck issue, I had some previous surgery, I have a plates, screws, bolts inside. My doctor asked me not to move my neck. If you listen to your body's signal, if you don't have any pain, if your breath is effortless, you're not going to hurt yourself. Do not practice a yogasana after taking pain medication. If you take a pain medication, you lose your protection. Tilting on one side with the same breathing technique. Breathe out first. Take a deep breath in. Looking all the way to the back without turning your shoulder. Breathe out first. Deep breath in. you rotate your neck, one to the left, to the back, to the right, and balance it right to the back, to the left. Drop your head down, breathe out first. Take a deep breath in. Take a deep breath in. Sit in a chair. You can do it throughout the whole day, and you get tremendous amount of relaxation. So what happens, remember, it's a holistic approach. When your neck muscles are relaxed, your back muscles are relaxed. Back pain goes away. Your hip pain, knee pain, ankle pain, all goes away. It's amazing practice. Now, we practice every day in the morning with an empty stomach. We do our morning rituals. We do a tongue scraping, we do a jalneti. We do even a lot of things in the morning before we do our, we do a little bit of a prayer before we do the pujas and before we practice. One very powerful practice is called Paschim Namaskar. Like a Namaskar Mudra, we put your hands in the front. You'll be putting your hands in the back and do a Namaskar Mudra. So look at that, how beautiful it is. The way when I practice it, if you sit in a chair, you'll be able to do it. You sit down in a Padmasana, your whole lower part of the body is relaxed. Then you do a Paschim Namaskar. Then you do a neck rotation, it's called your Brahma Mudra. And all get together within a few minutes, you achieve this. I'm showing it to you, it's taking it a longer time, but see how beautiful it is. I take my hand slowly in the back. If you're here, keep it here today. Slowly and slowly, you'll be able to do it. Namaskar Mudra. And slowly you can slide all the way high up. And you stay here. Your spine is straight. Breathing out longer than breathing in. You are in a profound level of relaxation. In fact, what I do, I sit down, then I do all the neck relaxation at the same time. I do it like this. Remember, you don't have to put yourself. The fear, people ask me all the time, I cannot turn, I cannot bend, I'm not flexible. You don't have to be flexible. Flexibility will come to you. Practice this sitting in a chair. You'll be amazed what happens to you. A powerful posture is called Yoga Mudra. Yoga Mudra is able to bring it down, keep your spine straight. I hold my hand to the back. Keep my eyes closed. Keep my spine straight. I breathe out first. Take a deep breath in. Slowly breathe out. People always ask me, what is my breathing? What do I do? Breathe in or breathe out? No, you have a completely effortless breathing when you do asanas. Slowly come down. Listen to your body's signal. If you have pain, if you have a pain here, back off. But stay in the posture where you don't have any pain, and the neuroplasticity will set in. You have effortless breathing. Breathing is okay. You go all the way down. So if you can come all the way down, stay here. How long? Between 5 to 10 breaths. Just slowly get up, one step at a time. When you look at a more part of the body, your feet start. See, also, if you look at me, I'm not doing right away. I'm taking time. Taking time to take my foot slowly. We're getting in and out. Because we are all rogi. We have all the disease process. We are not going to fight with anybody. You can do this even sitting in a chair. You can sit in a chair. You can do all your foot exercises. We'll do a sun salutation in a chair. Let me put the chair a little bit on the side. Then we'll come back. But show it to you a few things. If you can separate your toes, put it here, hands on side, Pradandasana. Separate your toes with the breathing. Breathe in, breathe out. So remember the hands, the hand is not relaxed. Initially it's very tight. Relax, you get in and out. You put your hand, all the fingers get separated. Same way the toes. When you look at the yogis, I can see in between all my toes. Ankle joint. See, hip joint and knee joint transmits weight. Ankle joint supports. Relaxation of the ankle joint with the breathing. Breathe in, breathe out. Slowly even rotate. Breathe in, rotate. Paschimottanasana. Seated forward bend. Take your hand, see wherever it goes. You can do it sitting in a chair also. If it comes all the way down here, it's good. You're holding your toes. Keep your spine straight. Doing your breathing and slowly bring your body down. It'll come slowly and slowly you're breathing all the way down. In fact, if you're here, you can even clasp your hand. It's a wonderful practice. For knees and hips, you can take one foot in the top, take your hand, put it in between your toes. Toes gets relaxed. When your toes gets relaxed, your whole mind gets relaxed. If you're watching the news these days, you know, the news is full of all the fear, all the stress. Put your hand here, watch the news. Take this baby, knee, all the way high up. Breathe out first, your eyes are closed. Slowly it will go all the way down. If it is not going down, say, let it be here. Don't push it down, come back higher. If you're breathing, this thing will happen. Knee is the site of fear. Hip is the site of emotion. So, knee is what? Fearful. Fear is a fear, stress. Stress is a fear of unknown. Hand goes in between my toes. Take my knee all the way high up. Breathe out first. Take a deep breath in. Knee completely goes down. Knee is relaxed. Fear is gone. Hip is relaxed. Emotion. Emotion is a cause. Say emotion, hypertension. Hypertension. Emotion is a cause of your hypertension. Called white coat hypertension. Or if you look at your teenage kid's room, your blood pressure goes high. This is called Titliasana. It's a hip relaxation. You put your feet together, slowly bring it close to you, put your hands underneath them, and slowly you can move your knees down. It goes down. It's a wonderful practice. The whole body gets relaxed. Whole body gets relaxed. When you are able to sit down, this is called your malasana. Squatting pose. Look at this. The ankle is relaxed, knee is relaxed, hip is relaxed. Now people say, I cannot do it. You don't have to. If you're sitting here, if you're here, hold it. But if you're in here, just stay here. Stay here, close your eyes to the breathing. Tomorrow you'll be here, then we'll be here. You'll go down one day because of the neuroplasticity. Separate your hand. This way, hand gets relaxed. Extend your wrist. Wrist gets relaxed. Put your one elbow inside, other elbow inside. Slowly bring it close to you. Breathe in and out. It's a wonderful practice. Spine straight, eyes closed. Your whole body is relaxed. In fact, this is an asana for your proper elimination. Yoga says your health, strong digestion, easy elimination, good night's sleep. You don't need to do anything else, you know. Your digestion is good. Ayurveda says, or yoga says, your excreta doesn't smell, your urine doesn't smell, stool doesn't smell, perspiration doesn't smell. So I'm sitting here talking to this way, your whole levators are relaxed. Anorectal, there is a sling called a puborectal sling. Anorectal junction gets straightened up. Get a very easy elimination. There's a gadget in the market. It's called your squatty potty. You can put a squatty potty next to your commode, and it gives exactly the same effect as a malasana. Then able to get up without a support. Very important you get practice. And this way you practice. Able to sit down without any effort. It's called a sit, rise, test. By the time you can do a sit, rise, test, you're already a profound level of health. Going against the grain of your habit is yoga. So I'm comfortable standing up like this. See if you can stand with my feet together. If I'm sitting in a chair, I go behind the chair. I stand up behind the chair. Then if I see if I can sit down with my feet crossed, if my feet are crossed, with my crossed feet, if I can sit down, if I can get higher. To the opposite side. Sit down, get higher. So remember, putting your body is in a all different posture. Will come to you, but this is yoga. Able to balance both sides, able to sit down, or able to do a balancing poses. Very important standing up poses. Standing up poses, balancing poses. In balancing poses, these are so simple, but has a profound effect on our body and mind. In balancing poses, I put my hand, see if I fall down, what will happen? I fall down, I always fall down on my hand. So I take my hands away. Then my vision, inner ear, these are all creates my balance. If I can stand on one foot with my eyes closed, look at how simple it is. And then we know the effect of it. I was looking at it. This is our little Apple Watch. It is recording all my vital function, recording my continuous EKG, continuous my heart rate. I know exactly what is going on in my body when I'm doing this practice. So take your hands away. Also, whenever you stand up, always stand up with your spine straight. This is called Tadasana. I practice all the time. I love like, if you can see me, I'll go against the wall. I put my body against the wall. I keep all the way straight. Always try to keep myself straight. The moment you keep yourself straight, you are healthy. Flexibility of spine is a health. Rigidity of spine is the disease. So take your hands, use your right hand, hold on to your left arm, left hand, hold on to the right arm. I'm right-footed, right-handed. See if I can stand on my left foot. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 40 seconds. It is a wonderful practice. If you can do 20 seconds, you're 10 years younger. 40 seconds or 20 years younger. Then you do almost an impossible task. Close your eyes if you can do it. Initially, you won't be able to do it. Closing your eyes, able to stand on one foot, especially non-dominant foot, is your health. You really don't need any of your cardiac stress tests. You don't need your mammogram, you do a colonoscopy, you are healthy. But what I request you is that keep practicing a yoga therapy for daily, then go for a yearly checkup on your birthday and see what your doctor says. Your doctor will say one very simple thing. Everything looks good. I don't know what you are doing. Just keep on doing. Because our Western trained physicians still don't understand the relaxation response, still don't understand parasympathetic activation. They still rely on your ACE inhibitor and beta blocker. To the opposite now. Same hand. Now, it is the left hand to hold the right arm. The right hand. If you cannot do it, wherever you can hold it. Do the opposite. See if you can stand on your right foot. Have a smile in your face. Have a nice breathing out longer than breathing in. Close your eyes if you can do it. If you can close your eyes and stay in the posture, it is a wonderful practice. I practice every single day. Still, I have a problem doing it. One very powerful practice is called head below your heart. Okay, I will show you a sun salutation, Surya Namaskar in a chair, because we are all in a rogi. We'll be doing, instead of sun salutation standing up, which we do it every single day. It is a 12 asanas with the 12 mantras and 12 breathing technique. But before that, let me show you what is called your head below your heart. So you have few healthcare provider in the audience, you will know, when you put your head below your heart, our pressure inside the head goes high up, pressure inside the eyes goes high up, pressure inside the neck goes high up. We feel miserable. We cannot talk, we cannot breathe. Whole face gets flushed. But if you keep your head down, slowly and slowly, the homeostasis comes in, hypothalamus, pituitary adrenal axis comes in, psychoneuroendocrinology comes in, and my pressure starts to come down. It's called baroreceptor sensitivity. Pressure inside the brain comes down, pressure inside the eyes comes down, pressure inside my carotid arteries comes down. I feel a profound level of relaxation. In fact, if you look at it as a chemical component, it acts like a beta blocker, it acts like an ACE inhibitor. People always ask me, what are the steps you do to have the effect of beta blocker, this is the parasympathetic activation of your hypothalamus. This is called Prasharita Uttanasana. If you keep on separating your feet, and then you do a forward bend, flexibility of your spine. In a forward bend, you do a supportive forward bend. Like you support your hand on your thigh, and slowly, with the support, you drop your body down. And wherever it comes, have your eyes closed. Keep doing your breathing. Remember, it's not that when you breathe in, when you breathe out, you breathe in and out effortlessly. If you have any effort in breathing, if you come here, if you have effort in breathing, back off. But if you keep on going down and keep on separating your feet, see, for us, we've been doing it for so long, our feet is almost like the width of the mat. Head will come down, head will be all the way in the ground. I'm in a profound level of relaxation. In fact, I can do any kind of breathing. I can do all the pranayamas, every breathing technique. I can do it here. So inversion poses. People say, I have a neck pain, I have a hypertension, I have a diabetes. What should I do? What you need to do is that listen to your body signal. Your body signal is your breath, called Annamaya Kosha to Pranamaya Kosha. If you have an issue with your physical body, it will show up in your breath. As long as your breath is effortless, as long as asana practice, you feel like you're in a savasana, that's a state you need to be in. When you put your head down, if you get a pain with activation, you don't put your head down. You keep your head down and stay there. People always ask me, I have hypertension, should I do a headstand? I said, no. Hypertension, you control your hypertension first. You do the relaxation response. When the relaxation response, your peripheral blood vessel will open up, peripheral resistance will go down, blood pressure will get better. You convert from rogi to a nirogi. Slowly you become a yogi like us. Then you do your, I do a headstand, I do Shirshasana, or I do every asana you know. But if I go to see my doctor, what's that? Don't do it. You have a heart disease. So if you want to do this, listen to your body's signal and do two things for me. Don't talk to your doctor, because you won't be able to hurt yourself if you listen to your body's signal. And don't put in a social media. Okay, before I go, I want to show you something. What is the market is full of. And also, since I couldn't show you them, let me show you, all of you are watching it. This is my book. It's called Yoga Therapy, Ayurveda and Western Medicine. I showed you the slides, picture of Albert Einstein and Tagore. And inside, all the pictures are mine. I'm doing all the asanas. Every asanas I'll be doing it is here. Asanas, pranayamas, and all. And this is very, very much geared for the common people to read, and also enough information for all the medical profession. This is also my DVD, the one I told you, Yoga Therapy for Health and Healing, a daily practice. When you wake up in the morning, we keep this is a very yogic practice. It is called Ushapan. We drink from a copper vessel. Keep a glass of water on my nightstand. Wake up in the morning, first thing, you turn on your left side, slowly sit down on the side of the bed. And we always, like we always do to the eyes closed, always try to look inside ourselves. We'll sit down in a mulasana, then hold this copper vessel. And copper, we can talk about the whole day about copper. Copper has a tremendous extra electron, which acts like a missile to hit. And we'll drink the water, we'll drink in a gulp. When you get a gulp, it starts your peristalsis. Then another is called a gastrocolic reflex. When your stomach stretches, your colon contracts. You get a proper elimination. When you get a proper elimination first thing in the morning, you are healthy. You spend the whole day with all this stool within you. And this is your feet is the most important organ. I don't have the shoes here. All my shoes, your feet will separate. See our toes? Our fingers will go inside our toes. Try it. It will be very tight for you. This is relaxation. When relaxation, your foot, there is a pressure point, this is a pressure point, and there is an arch. So you have a shoes which is wide apart and arch support. These are shoes in the market. It's called Birkenstock. Birkenstock shoes has all the effect. Let me show you what in the market has. If you, market is full of it. It's a yoga socks, yoga shoes. These are all, if you look at it, separating your toes. So this is, it goes in between your toes. These are called yoga toes. You can even sleep with it. When you sleep with it, slowly and slowly it stretches. And it's a body, it's a mind over body. Friend of mine, and one, you can do both feet. A friend of mine bought it. He said, I could not wear it. I could not wear it. I said, you did not want to wear it. Your mind did not wear it. So these are called yoga toes. I don't know if you've seen all this stuff. There's a fascinating thing in the market. These are called yoga socks. You put a socks, every toe goes into it. So that every toes are separated. These are called yoga socks. Then they call yoga sandals, yoga shoes. This is Western mind. This is America. You think about it, you can create something. But these are all separating your toes. Put your see if I can turn it around, you'll be able to see it this way. You see it is a separation between your all the toes. Every toes are separated. This is called your yoga toes. You both of them, you can wear it in both the feet. Other one. You can see this one also, other foot, same way. I don't know if you have seen, it's called yoga shoes, called vibrant shoes. Same concept, same concept. Here it is. It's just a shoe, same with the shoe sole and everything. You put it, every finger gets separated. Not every toe, so every toe gets separated. So that every toe is separated. You get a sole like a shoe. You can walk. I walk it outside. I walk on my treadmill. The moment you get a foot pain, that is a misery. There is no pain. I don't know if you have a bunion, hammer toes. And if you get any bunion operation, that is really literally destroy your whole life. It's you always want to separate your toe. I mean, if you put a pointy shoes, it's okay for a dress shoes for some time. But if you have a shoes, you have to have a arch support. I have shoes which has you call it acupressure, pressure points inside. It's very important. Let me show you a couple of sitting down asanas, which are very important for different diseases. And then I'll show you a sun salutation in a chair. One very relaxing asana is your Vajrasana. In a Vajrasana, what you do, you initially try to sit down on your heel like this. In Vajrasana, it keeps your spine straight. Vajrasana is very relaxing, and Vajrasana creates a parasympathetic activation. Then slowly you can Sit down. Initially, you have an issue, you can put a folded towel. See, I'm not against all the props, all the blocks, anything, but I like to have a folded blanket or folded towel. And what happens, you can remove them slowly, one at a time. Very important, very important. So if you're comfortable sitting down, so I don't know if you remember our parents, our grandparents who are yogis, after a big meal, at a lunch or a dinner, to sit down in a Vajrasana. 10, 15 minutes, their eyes closed. They used to do mudras, they're sitting down in a Vajrasana. We do all the asanas in empty stomach. Vajrasana is done in a full stomach because it helps your digestion. Digestion is parasympathetic. When you have a food converts into Sapta Dhatu, called Rasha Dhatu, Rakta Dhatu, Mamsha Dhatu, Meda Dhatu, Osti Dhatu, Majja Dhatu, Shukra Dhatu. Rasha Dhatu is a plasma. Rakta Dhatu is a red blood cell. Mamsa Dhatu is a muscles. Meda Dhatu is a fat. Osti Dhatu is a bones and joints. Majja Dhatu is a nervous tissue. Shukra Dhatu is your reproductive tissue. Then it forms a substance called ojas. Ojas is your immunity. That is our body's immunity. Immunity doesn't come from outside, immunity comes from inside. When the food is not properly digested, when it doesn't have enough parasympathetic activation, this food converts into toxins. What are the toxins? High blood sugar, high cholesterol, high uric acid, anything high in the blood is your toxic material from undigested food. So, for diabetes, sit down in a Vajrasana. What is diabetes? Diabetes is body cannot digest sugar, as simple as it is. Is insulin resistance? Is it to do with the insulin production with the beta cells? Yes, I think all of them. But what is more important is it in a diabetics, we as a physician find out to a treatment for a metabolic syndrome. And remember one thing, metabolic syndrome today is all together. There is no risk factor for heart disease anymore. You start with truncal obesity. This is the worst kind of obesity. The mental fat secretes pro-inflammatory molecule, adiponectin. It creates a diabetes, hypertension, coronary artery disease, dyslipidemia. All the Indians we have what? High triglyceride, low HDL. We have a highest incidence of coronary artery disease in this country. They're all due to your sympathetic overdrive. They're high achievers. So today, there is no risk factors. These are all called metabolic syndrome. Today have a diabetes, tomorrow you'll have a heart disease. Today have a heart disease, tomorrow you'll have hypertension. Today have hypertension, tomorrow you have a dyslipidemia. So practice is same. So what you find out, the root cause is your cortisol. Why? For a patient with a diabetes, give them a 5 milligram prednisone, blood sugar will jump up from 150 to 450 right away. Guess what? The hormone of stress is called cortisol. Stress increases the blood sugar. So stress reduction, just writing down your mind. So the practice we did at the beginning. Manasthir. Manasthir is a treatment for diabetes, hypertension, heart disease, dyslipidemia. Manasthir is a treatment for your metabolic syndrome. That is the practice you are going to do for your therapy for your all the chronic diseases. That's what we're talking about. In empty stomach, you do what is called your Mandukasana, frog pose. See, I'm sitting there, Vajrasana, I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable. What is the comfort coming from? Parasympathetic activation, relaxation response, Sthiti Karanasana, Sthiram Sukham Asana. I'm sthir. Asanas have 3 stages. When you get into asana, muscle contracts. It's called arambha in Sanskrit, beginning. Then muscle cannot stay contracted too long. Before contract, it goes into fasciculation. When fasciculation goes away, it's called sthiti. Sthiti is a stability. Then it's called a visarjan. Visarjan is a profound relaxation. See, even when I'm relaxed, my breathing gets effortless. I get a saliva in my mouth, my breathing gets effortless. These are the sign of my health. Looks like you are glowing. It's called tejas. We'll show you during pranayama. Kapalbhati pranayama. Kapalbhati means forehead is shining, you're removing all the toxin. So use your hand as a Adhimudra. You can do it also sitting in a chair. Sitting in a chair, you can do it. Take it around your belly button, but do it in an empty stomach. Do not do it in a full stomach. Full stomach, you do in a Vajrasana, Mundukasana. Breathe out first. Take a deep breath in. Slowly breathe out. Suck your stomach in and slowly keep your, the best way to keep spine straight is looking straight. Keep breathing, coming down.
Excuse me. Manoharan ji, please go on mute, please. Manoharan ji.
Okay.
Manoharan ji, please put yourself on mute.
So slowly come down all the way, and you will see your head will come down all the way down. And touch the ground. Slowly come back high up. So what it does, it's massaging your pancreas, massaging your all intra-abdominal organs. Wonderful asana for chronic diseases. Remember, after all of our vital signs, vital diseases, all the diseases here, it is called Udarkarshan, liver, stomach, spleen, pancreas, small intestine, large intestine, prostate, women with the uterus, tubes, ovaries. So you want to massage this, called Udarkarshan. Same way when you do Kapalbhati Pranayama. We'll do a little later, after the break, you'll see it massages all the internal organs. Also, pancreas is staying, if you look at anatomy, pancreas all the way to the back, very close to your vertebral bodies. So any kind of spinal twist you do, we'll do one spinal twist, you will see that is very good for diabetes. But quiet down your mind is one asana sitting like this is called your Shashanka asana. Shashanka means rabbit. Rabbit runs around, suddenly stops, and completely quiets down. So you can take your both the hand, if you're practicing with me, you can go all the way down into the ground and touch your elbows and slowly put your head down, and your head will come all the way to the ground, and you stay here and you breathe, breathing out longer than breathing in. This generates a profound relaxation response.
Yeah.
Shashanka
Shashanka.
Shashanka asana is very good for your
Manohar, please mute yourself.
Disease, for your cardiovascular disorders. So you have to remember the relaxation response or massaging the pancreas. Massaging the pancreas is called a Vakrasana. See how beautiful it is. This is for your diabetes. Also, we did a Yoga Mudra. Yoga Mudra is putting your head down. That is also for diabetes. So I'm putting my feet here. I bend my feet here first. Take my right knee from the left side. Take my left arm outside left knee. My right hand goes to the back. Left hand first here, slowly touches the knee. Take a deep breath in and out. Slowly turn body. I listen to my breath. My breath is effortless. Breathing out longer than breathing in. I stay here between 5 to 10 breaths. Literally massaging my pancreas and releasing the insulin if I need insulin. So for diabetes, the therapy is first quieting your mind, manasthi, to reduce the cortisol from your stress. Second, improving your digestive fire, called our Jathar Agni. For Mundukasana, Vajrasana, Kapalbhati Pranayama, and is also called your abdominal lock, Uddiyani Bandh. Same way, my left foot is next to my right side. I push my right knee towards the right side. My right arm goes outside my left knee. My left hand goes to the back. Right hand slowly comes down, touches my knee. Take a deep breath in, breathe out, slowly twist my body to the left. And I stay here. Diabetes will run away from you. It's a wonderful practice. So many asanas we have. We do the asanas laying down. We do asanas standing up. We do asanas face down, face up, face down. We do called Bhujangasana. You know, these asanas are very simple asana, and you can do it. Kusalavhasana, locust, Dhanurasana. The one very important asana, very therapeutic asana, is called Gomukhasana, cow face. And I'd like you to show it to you, Gomukhasana, because it creates a balance. There's a therapy for almost all the chronic diseases. If you can put one knee in the top of the other knee and sit down. This is a profound relaxation response when you can put one knee on the top of the other knee. In fact, it is so profound. Another thing I always have to tell, always do yoga practice with a smile in your face, with effortless breathing. The moment your face is all tight, you're not doing yoga. The mind has to be totally in effortless ease. When you are in effortless ease like this, you know what happens? You're sitting in a chair, you're sitting in a bed, feet goes up like this. So in the Gomukhasana, let me show you, let me turn around so you will see what it is I'm talking about. So you will do the whole body. So this way, my lower part of the body is relaxed. My right knee is in the top of my left knee. My right hand goes high up. Left hand is here. I can stabilize my left hand. Put my left hand here. Take my right hand, put it down. I touch it, hook it. I'm literally handshaking each other. Initially, you will have a little problem, but you can use a little strap. You can use a little bit of a handkerchief to slowly and slowly bring it together. Now you see the difference. Now I'm crossing my feet. Now is my left foot on the top of my left knee, top of my right knee. And this is the way my whole lower part of the body is relaxed. Knee is relaxed, hip is relaxed, ankle is relaxed. And by doing the Gomukhasana, come upper part. Now my left hand is high up, my right hand is here. I'm stabilizing my right elbow, right hand. I'm dropping it down, I'm touching it, I'm hooking it, I'm literally handshaking each other. And notice it that it is even on both sides. So this is the most important yoga practice that initially you'll see you are a little bit of uncomfortable. Little bit of uncomfortable because one side is easier than the other side. When you get into a balance, both sides will be equal. Let me show you a couple of asanas laying down. Then I will do a sun salutation on the chair and we'll finish there, and we'll have a few times, we'll take a little bit of a more questions and answer, but that is very important. Always remember, even if you have a personal question, if you don't mind, you want to share it, so everybody, all of us, we get benefited. And I always wear this, and most of your IT people know what it is. This is an Apple Watch, and you can use any kind of a tracker.
Excuse me, someone is an iPhone eating food.
This is a connection to iPhone.
Please turn off your video, please.
All the parameter goes to the iPhone, so you can see. In fact, the new one, I don't know if the new one has a EKG. You know, you can get a 30-second EKG. So I'm looking at my EKG. Perfect. So Langana, you can see I'm still alive. I'm still doing good after all these practices I'm doing. There's a perfect normal sinus rhythm in my EKG. What a technology these days has come up with. You don't have to go to doctor's office, nothing. Sinus rhythm, EKG does not show any sign of atrial fibrillation. Very nice. Okay. So when you lay down, few things, you look at it. Let me move this chair. It'll be easier. I'll bring the chair back for your finishing one. So always remember, always keep your spine straight. The way keep your spine straight. When you're laying down also, when you're laying down, always try to keep your chin below your head. If you do like this, it is very sympathetic. If you do, put a little bit of a pillow. So normally try to do it as much as possible. And if you want to do a savasana, you separate your feet up to the width of the mat. Put your hand on both sides, palm facing high up. But remember, all the asanas you have done as a yoga therapy practice, every asana was a savasana because you were in a profound relaxation response. Another one is called abdominal breathing. If you see a baby, when the baby breathes in, inhalation, the stomach wall will rise like this. Breathe out, it will go in. Breathe in, breathe out. Always breathe through your nostril, not through your mouth. I will explain to you when you're doing a pranayama practice. So when you do it in the short time, when I fall asleep, I fall asleep very easily. Next, whenever insomnia kind of sleep, even normally when I breathe, I take my feet here, and then both the knees come down. I put even hands also in Adhi Mudra, like a baby. I became baby. Close my eyes. I do little breathing, breathing out, longer than breathing in. Slowly, I do little breath holding. I'll show you breath holding with Anulom Vilom Pranayama. In a short time, I'll fall asleep. I stay here, I feel a profound level of relaxation. You need to ignite, we have a call it Jathar Agni. Agni is your proper perfusion, proper innervation, proper activation of an organ. So raise your feet high up. This is called a Padottanasana, and slowly come up to a called your Lokasana. Lokasana is a wonderful asana. It takes out your, you can do a called Pavanmuktasana, where you both the knees, touch your knees, nose to your knee, chin goes to your knee. When you relax, you can slowly roll side to side, very easy. In a Varkadasana, like spinal twist, hands on both sides, look in your left hand and drop both the knees on your right side. Same way, look at it, but stay there. I'm showing it to you, but you're doing practice. You stay for a little longer time, as if this is your sleep. You have to do a little bit more advanced this asana. You can put your feet high up, look in your left hand, and drop both the feet and touch your right hand. Advance a little bit of Bakadasana. You can get into your bridge pose, Setubad Sarvangasana. Touch your back of the hill. Slowly raise your body high up. Clasp your hand to bridge pose. Sarvangasana, you can raise one foot high up. Drop your feet high up. So I'm talking, I'm breathing, I'm totally effortless. This is the practice you need to do. So when you get into relaxation, you can do a lot of asanas, which will show you how relaxed you are. Let me show you a little bit. Say, shoulder stand, Sarvanga Asana, and I will be able to do a Padmasana in a Sarvanga Asana. Whether you will be able to do it? Yes, you'll be able to do it. It will come to you. People always say, I cannot do it. I say, you know what? Your mind cannot do it, huh? You can do all the way to the back, get up into a Sarvangasana. From Sarvangasana, you can do Halasana, problems. From here, you also can do Padmasana. Okay. Padmasana in Sarvangasana. This is for relaxation. When you are extremely relaxed, you can easily do your Shirshasana, headstand. Headstand, you don't do it. Headstand comes to you. So what do you do? What do you do? See, I'm so relaxed, I'm so comfortable. So what I will do, just let me show you the steps. And if you keep on doing it, today, tomorrow, day after tomorrow, you'll be able to do it. The technique is you create a profound relaxation response. Your relaxation response is able to sit down in the Vajrasana. Thunderbolt. Profound relaxation response. This is your stance. You put your stance, clasp your hand, put your head down, you feel miserable. You cannot talk, you cannot breathe. Oh my God, what should I do? But keep your head down. Slowly and slowly, your flushing in your head will go away. Your breathing will normalize. When your breath normalizes, flushing goes away. If you just keep walking, and you see your body is going to go high up. Body is going to go high up. Slowly and slowly goes high up. So I'm talking, I'm breathing. I'm not trying to do a headstand. Body is going high up on its own. It does that, you come down. I practice every single day. In the morning, I've done it. But what I'm trying to say, don't get any support. Don't let anybody help you. It will all come to you. It will all come to you, and you will be completely disease-free, medication-free, enjoying your quality life. Let's finish with a sun salutation in a chair. Sun salutation, Surya Namaskar. Surya Namaskar is an asana which is for the whole body and mind. Our yogis used to do, wake up in the morning, and look at your sun, dwell in the sun Namaskar, your sun salutation, till pranayama. They went to work. They never knew they did yoga. So fish in a water doesn't know there is a water around the fish. Only time fish knows there is water when the fish is out of the water. Then fish is looking for the water. People like us. 12 asanas, 12 breathing techniques, and 12 mantras. You do your sun salutation in a pair. 2, 4, 6, 8. You know, I didn't show it to you when I do it. We do it very rapidly. We do 108 sun salutation. So first asana is called Pranayama. Put your hands together. Next one is hand raising called Hasta Uttanasana. So if you do it with breathing. So if you start with the breathing out, this will be breathing in, Hasta Uttanasana. This is mantra is called Om Mitraya Namah. This is Om Raviyaya Namah. Then you put your head down slowly, it's called Padahastasana. Slowly hands comes down. This will be breathing out, called a Om Bhanave Namah. Fourth one, called Asya Sanchalanasana. You hold your knee, try to push it in front, open your chest and look high up. Horse riding pose, Asya Sanchalanasana. We will breathe in, Khagaya Namah. Then you get into your called Parvatasana. Take your feet all the way high up, take it all the way down. You'll be breathing out. Bhanave Namah is a Khagaya Namah. The next one is called Ashtanga Namaskar. Put your feet together. Actually, it's putting a 8 part in touching. Hands will be showing solid on the sides. Body goes high up. We'll be breathing in. Om Pushnaya Namah. Then you get into a Bhujangasana, Bhavya, Cobra pose. All the way turning your chest and look high up. Breathing out. Om Hiranyagarbhaya Namah. Then you go back to Parvatasana in the opposite side. It goes high up. This will be breathing in. Om Marichaya Namah. Then you go to your Asya Sanchalanasana on the other side, trying to push your knee in, trying to kick your feet out, open your chest high up. Aditya Namah, breathing out. Then you go back to your Padahastasana, separate your feet, hand touching on the side. This will be breathing in, Savitrayana. Slowly go back to your Hasta Uttanasana. Breathing out, Om Arke Namah. Then you come back in Pranayama, breathing in. So 12 asanas, 12 mantras, and the breathing. Now you do the opposite breathing. Let's do another set. Now we are not going to talk. We're going to do the breathing, no mantras, name of the asanas, and opposite. We started with the breathing out. Now we'll be breathing in. Sorry, last mantra I forgot to say. Arke Nama, Om Bhaskaraya Nama. These are all actually 12 names of your son. So now we'll be doing breathing in. So breathe out first, breathe in, Pranayama. Breathe out, Hasta Uttanasana. Breathing in, your Padahastasana. Breathing out, Asa Sanchalanasana. Breathing in, Parvatasana. Breathing out, Ashtanga Namaskar. Breathing in, Bhujagasana. Breathing out, Parvatasana. Breathing in, Asa Sanchalanasana. Breathing out, Padahastasana. Breathing in, Hasta Uttanasana. Breathing out, Pranayama. Started with breathing in, ended with breathing out. So whatever you start will end up opposite. And then this is the Bhujangasana is the transition. You go to the same asana, again, back. Pranayama, Hasta Uttanasana, Padahastasana, Asa Sanchalanasana, Parvatasana, Ashtanga Namaskar, Bhujangasana, Parvatasana, go back to Parvatasana, Asa Sanchalanasana, Padahastasana, Hasta Uttanasana, Pranayama. By the time you do this, you totally cover every part of your body. I love to do asanas, practice, a pranayama practice, and I do. People ask me how long you do. I do 24/7. I'm doing all the time. So thank you again. We'll just finish this portion. We'll take a little break, and after break, I will show you a little pranayama and meditation. Try not to eat too much. And people always ask me, when do I do? You try to do it in an empty stomach in the morning. If you get a full meal, wait about 3-4 hours before you do your practice after a full meal. But if you have to eat something in the morning, please do. I have a person says, I have to have a cup of coffee in the morning. I said, take it. You know what will happen if you don't take the coffee in the morning? When you're practicing yoga, when you're closing your eyes, you know what you'll be seeing? You'll be seeing a cup of coffee going in front of your eyes, huh? So don't do it. So Saradi, let's go and see if you have any more questions. Let's talk about like next 5-10 minutes before you take another break. Body needs even if you're doing practice, see, when you're doing it, your body is like a fluid, so you feel so good, so comfortable. And I says, we have people, we do a demonstration, yoga demonstration for our called EFS. What you do, we put our we call her our Mossy. She's 96 now. She's 96 with multiple medical problems. She practices with us. We put 95 in the back, and we put a 5 years in the front, and we are all 39 and holding in the middle with practice. Go to my YouTube videos, you will see a lot of yoga demonstration. Okay, next question, or any comments you have, what I have done? People have a comment. I like to hear some comments too.
Can you unmute everybody, please, Saradi?
Okay, unmute everybody. Let's people can talk.
Yeah.
And we have a time. We have about 10 minutes. And this is more important because this is the exchange we need to do in a practice. Oh, I need to unmute, or do you have
I have a question.
Do you hear us?
Let me see. I can unmute everybody.
Yeah, please.
Okay.
The individual can unmute themselves. Yeah.
Raji has a question.
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, with the yogasana practice,
Mhm.
I know, you start off with a shorter length and you do increase it to a longer length. My question is, what is a mediocre to reach a goal to benefit, health benefit?
I don't think there is any mediocre, any beginner, any advanced. It is all, as I said, software, the mind over body. We have seen people transforming in 2 days. And I have a world famous yoga teacher. She said it took her almost 10 years to learn a headstand. So all the things in your hand, you know this, you know your body, and you will feel the goodness in your body and mind in a very short period of time. But one thing is very important. If you do any of the practices, the one practice I showed you for the diabetes, if you do a Mundukasana, if you do a Shashankasana, if you do Bakrasana, the asanas for diabetes, blood sugar will come down. It acts like almost like a medication. The problem is, you stop it, it goes away. Your medication you're taking every day, you're taking medication. You have to have a daily practice.
So it doesn't matter how long you hold it, like 10 minutes, 10 seconds, or 50 seconds, or anything like that.
It's your breath.
Okay.
Your breath is going to Annamaya Kosha to Pranamaya Kosha. And it's your pain. If you do any posture, if you get into pain, you back off. If you can hold into breath, 5 to 10 breaths, then if you can get into the in any asana, remember one thing, completely effortless.
Okay.
Effortless breath, you can talk, you can even sing. You're singing. People introduces me. Actually, Mani knows, she came to Yogaville. People introduced me. Look at him. I can do a Mayurasana, one of the most difficult asana, or Sirsasana. I still can talk. I still can maybe even sing. And have one thing, very slightly, listen to me, have a smile in your face when you're practicing, huh? Does it tell you something? Have a smile in your face, have a normal breathing. We call it a Western term, a money back guarantee. You will have your effect. You can able to separate your toes. If you can able to do like this, your pain in the foot will go away. But for how long? We don't know. Practice it daily. We know it will go away. Okay, what's next?
Thank you.
What is the next question? So daily practice. Remember the whole practice behind it, dinacharya, daily routine, daily practice. Okay, next.
Are there any more questions, ladies and gentlemen?
There's a couple of questions on chat.
Yeah, I see that there's some chat there. What is there? Can you see that, Saradi?
Somebody wants to know whether your books are available on Amazon.
Yes, the book is available in Amazon, and also you can go to my book's website. My book's website, my name called Dilip Sarkar book. DilipSarkarBook.com. That will take you to my first publisher. It's called Lulu Publishing. My next one is called Nataraj Publisher, who's publishing the book. And the book is, this is a Kindle edition, and I see goes all over the world. I go to India, I go to Australia, I go to South Africa. One day I see they send me a note. Your book went to a Reunion. Have you ever heard of called Reunion country? I never had to look into Google it. It's a small island, French island, actually close to your Maldives or Madagascar, somewhere, a small island, French island. So semi-independent nation called Reunion. Okay, what else do you have in the question? Can you read?
Hi, Dr. Sarkar. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
This is Dr. Sujata Viru. You came to Orlando 2 years ago and you conducted a workshop for us. And it was the best workshop I ever attended. And this is the best thing now happening during the Corona crisis. So I appreciate all your efforts and my pranams to you. So I have one question just to make sure that everybody gets it to, so that we are not discouraged that we can start at any age. What age did you start your yoga practice and how long have you been doing this?
Actually, see, we come from an Indian tradition, okay? So yoga is in our blood. We've seen our parents are doing, we're doing. We came to this country very young. You know, I came here when I was 21 or 22 or whatever, my very early age. Obviously, we became a Western trained, we became more of a Western mind. Yeah, exercise is great. So I was doing 5 days, 6 days exercise, treadmilling, weight training. It's great. The diet is good. We do the dieting, you know, a low fat diet, you know, low carb diet, low this. Yeah, doing dieting, good. So did everything done by the book you can think. I'm a vascular surgeon.
I know.
At the age of 52, I got a heart attack. Why? You know, why? Now we know why. This is called a global sympathetic overdrive. So I would say immediately after my heart attack, obviously, I got connected with a lot of people, and then slowly as I connected everybody in the world. You know, I've been to every yoga center in India. I've been a guest speaker, even in the world. You know, I've been to Portugal, I've been to Argentina, Brazil, Japan, China, South Korea. And I would say go ahead if you put the time the last 20 years, but I'm doing it. Doesn't matter. I'm in a train, I'm in a plane, I'm in a hotel, I'm in India, I'm in Argentina. I don't stop. And if you ask me, I'm 24/7. I'm here, I'm breathing exhalation longer than inhalation. My yoga too. I'm talking to his yoga. I'm connecting with his yoga, his union.
Dr. Sarkar, I have a question.
Sure.
You did not mention anywhere about the diet. Does diet become like a sattvic diet or ordinary diet? Is it a part of yogic practice, a yoga practice, or it is nothing to do with yoga practice?
Yes, it is a very strong part of yoga practice. And always remember, in our tradition, a diet is regarded as a sattvic, rajasic, and tamasic. What does sattvic, rajasic, and tamasic means? Is a state of your mind. Sattvic is purity of your mind. Rajasic is the activity of your mind. Tamasic is the dullness of your mind. Food in our yogic tradition says, Jatha an tatha man. An means your food, man is your mind. Food creates your mind. Food doesn't create your body. So what basically it is, when you keep practicing daily yoga, you start listening to your inner voice. You start listening, what happened to me? What did I eat? So what will happen, what our experience is, what we've seen our experience in research, I have been yogis for years and years and years. They're in a buffet, they will pick up an apple instead of a bagel and sit down and eating an apple. So why you picked up an apple? I don't know. Automatically picks up an apple. Or I've been at the yogi for a long, long time and sit down at the buffet and he brings all the food. It's a vegetarian food. I said, are you a vegetarian? He said, no, I eat everything. So why did you pick up vegetarian food? He said, I don't know. You picked it up. So what happens, it is such a body-mind connection. Body knows what was good for your body and mind. Food is not properly digested, you will know the effect. You will feel a heaviness in your body and mind. Lightness in your body and mind, sign of digestion. Your excreta, stool, urine, perspiration, it smells. So what I'm trying to tell you is that you don't push anybody for a diet. Diet will come to you. And by the time that comes to you from your introspection, looking inside you, you will stick to that diet. Because the food is a habit. You know, we call it in Bengal, we call it annaprashan. You know, the first time the baby eats a solid food, they get a little payasam. You know, you call it payasam, the rice pudding. Guess what? This kid throughout the whole life likes the rice pudding. It's a habit forming. You cannot tell anybody, listen, stop everything and do it. And also look at the whole world, what Russians eat, what Germans eat. Germans eating a sauerkraut and sausage. What you tell them to eat. But slowly and slowly they will. So diet is a biggest part of yoga practice, but it comes to you instead of forcing you to adjust.
And one more question.
Yes.
You say all these yogasanas that you do that will relax you, but to beginners, probably it may take a year or two before it relaxes. Every time you try to do something, it hurts everywhere.
It's very interesting.
Find it hard.
It's very interesting. There is nothing called beginner, nothing called 1 year, nothing called 2 weeks. Our research shows that a neuroplasticity to set in, you need 30 to 40 inputs.
Okay.
With 30 to 40 inputs, you will get a neuroplasticity. So if you're doing a daily practice, you will get into about maybe 4 to 6 weeks. That doesn't matter what frame you do it. You will get into some kind of neuroplasticity, some kind of a changes. Like I cannot move my hand, I have rotator cuff tear, and if you slowly are doing it, slowly you'll be able to do it a little bit. But on the other hand, what we also notice, somebody is gone, 6 weeks gone by, nothing has happened, or somebody even 1 week, 2 weeks, they'd have a serious transformation. So we believe strongly it is a software over hardware, it's a mind over body. But if you start with your positive attitude, start with the same prayer and same thing you do in your temple. Body is a temple. If you pray for your body, it happen to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take some little break now.
Okay.
Pranam Sarkar, I have a question.
One more question, okay? Go ahead.
Pranam Sarkarji. It was wonderful session. I enjoyed it. And I just wanted to know if your yoga video is available.
Yes. If you go to Google it, there
Okay.
the DVD is available through, it's called the Deepak Heritage. And also, I just put it for the public. If you go to my YouTube channel, my YouTube channel has the whole DVD in my YouTube channel. These are all, my one is all dated, like a 2027, 25 philosophy of medicine, yoga therapy for inner radiance. And then you will see one.
You just search Dilip Sarkar Yoga, all the YouTube.
Dilip Sarkar Yoga, everything will show up.
Whole
Okay.
thing will come up.
Okay, thank you very much.
This DVD is in the YouTube.
And also
Okay.
Google search,
Thank you.
you just put Deepak Sarkar Yoga, that will come up.
Dilip Sarkar, I'm sitting down. You guys are quiet anyway. So
Okay, all right, that's fine.
first, after third Ongo, first stage is the fourth is a pranayama. And then what happens, people wants to do meditation. It is not a meditation. What it is you prepare your body, breath and mind, and you enter into a state of meditation. From pranayama, when you do it properly, you enter into a pratyahara, the fifth leg. There is a control of your senses. Then you enter into dharana, into meditation. So if you look at every step of yoga practice is a meditation. Outcome is meditation. You know, we all say outcome is samadhi. People like us will never get into samadhi, you know, so we get into meditation that is good enough. Even if you look at yama and niyama, okay? Ahimsa, satta, brahmachari. If you look at that, ahimsa itself is meditation. Why? It is keeping your mind, the mind, staying calm in the middle of crisis. Telling truth is meditation. Why? If I tell a lie, I have to remember what I said. That is causing my chitta vritti. So if you look at every step of Ashtanga Yoga, outcome is meditation. Pranayama. Prana, as I said, prana is a subtle energy. Prana is a subtle energy, but it is a non-measurable energy. We cannot measure prana. We can measure other energies. We have a lot of electromagnetic energy, electrical energy in the body, which you can measure through your EEG, EMG, you know, EKG. But prana we cannot measure, non-measurable energy. Breath is the carrier of prana. Breath is not the prana. Metaphorically, if prana is electricity, breath is your electric cable. The whole pranayama practice is done the same as your asana practice. Merudanda achal manasthir. Spine should be straight and mind is stillness. As I said, body needs movement, mind needs stillness. Sitting in a chair with a spine straight is the best way to do the pranayama in the morning. Or when I do it, I sit against a wall, I put my back against the wall, my spine is totally straight, I'm doing my pranayama. What happens during pranayama, your back muscles also starts to get little relaxed. So when your muscles are in a state of tension, you feel little pain. And also when the muscle goes in a state of relaxation, you feel little discomfort initially. So you will see people are doing pranayama, they said, you know, my is having a discomfort. It says keep your spine straight. Spine straight, Merudanda. All the breathing is done in yoga through your nose. What the nose is, when you breathe through your nose, the nose is your filter. It filters all the air which is coming in. Nose is your personal air conditioner. Nose is your, outside air is warm, it's going to cool it down. If outside air is cool, it's going to warm it up. Then the air goes on the side of the nostril, it's called a turbinate. Turbinate is like there is a couple of channels like this. So it goes there, so all the air goes into your larynx, where it's going to your lungs. So no air going to your esophagus, where it's going to your stomach. Every air going through your nostril goes to your lung. During the process of going through the mucosa of the sinuses, it secretes a substance called a nitric oxide. Nitric oxide is a very potent vasodilator. It opens up all the blood vessels. Nitric oxide also acts on the inner lining of the blood vessel called endothelium. It produces two substances called cyclic GMP and acetylcholine, which are mediator of your parasympathetic tone. So the physicians in the audience will know that for sympathetic tone, mediator is your epinephrine, norepinephrine. For parasympathetic tone is your nitric oxide, cyclic GMP, acetylcholine. So whole nasal breathing is parasympathetic. But if you breathe through your mouth, you don't know where the air has gone in, either in the lung or in the stomach. Somebody says, I have to breathe through my mouth. I cannot breathe my nose. So you can breathe in through your nostril, breathe out through your mouth. It's still a physiological. The lung is like a balloon. A vital capacity is 4.5 liter. I can exchange 4.5 liter of air. Then I have a 1.5 liter called residual capacity to keep my lung open. 6 liter capacity. But I only breathe 0.5 liter. So I have 90%, 80 to 90% lung is reserved. So remember, I was sitting in one area, Sukhasana, I changed my foot. Always do this. You know, by the time you accept this, you will develop profound relaxation in your physical body and mind. Activation of both sides of your brain. So able to breathe out first is the pranayama. Because if you're breathing in, like in a Western, you say, take a deep breath in. Here, I'm taking a deep breath in. So what is happening? This air is sitting in the top of the dirty, all the air which is sitting in my lung, and it is not doing anything for me. It is called a dead space. To ENT people, they know that it's a dead space. It's not being functioning at all. So learn how to breathe out first. So creating a space in the breathing. Now you breathe in completely effortlessly and try to breathe out longer than breathing in. Then you add few things slowly and slowly. You add little mudras in your hand. Why the mudra? Mudras are neurophysical connector to move the prana to the organ of healing. So pranayama, you're bringing the prana, taking the prana to the organ of healing. So it is called a synergistic. And we'll show you these mudras when you do, we do with the Kapalbhati pranayama. We'll do, but I will do one thing, you know, it's a question of timing. We don't want to take too much of your time because all of you guys are going to have a lunch soon. COVID time, we take it at late lunch. So I'm just going to show you the technique, but I tell you how long to do it. But initially you do what your body will allow. What body allows? Effortless. Effortlessly do pranayama. You do pranayama as if you're doing your normal breathing. You do normal talking, normal singing. The steps of pranayamas you will do as a daily practice. There is no shortcut in pranayama. We can do, you change our asanas. We do different asanas for different days. We do, but pranayama is a must. We do about 7 pranayamas, 8 pranayamas, 10, a lot of pranayamas. We do pranayamas, then we do your little meditation. And when you do meditation, you will see the pranayama, a alternate nostril breathing without closing your nostril, will take you to the state of your meditation. First pranayama, which is called the gateway of pranayama, is a Bhastrika pranayama. Bhastrika is the bellows. Why? Our lung is full of all the residual air, a lot of dirty, toxic air inside. You have to remove it. So for the hand, you do relaxation. Remember, more and more muscles, the respiratory muscles are relaxed, better and better pranayama will be. So we always do a shoulder relaxation, we do a Brahma Mudra, we do a hand strength, hand balancing before we do pranayama. So Adhi Mudra relaxes your body and mind. So the Bhastrika will be active inhalation, active exhalation. Remember the technique, what it is? Inhalation was active, exhalation was passive. Going against the grain of your habit is yoga. So you will be doing active inhalation, active exhalation. So normally what you do, you close your eyes, spine straight, breathe out first. This is for the yogis. Slowly and slowly, will you bring it up, become nirogi? You can do a little faster. Remember, no effort. Faster will be doing like this. You can do even faster than this, but see, I'm effortless. How do you know effortless? I'm talking, I'm breathing. Why? Because I'm doing it every day. I do practice every day. So faster will be Bhastrika will be like this. I continue. I do daily. I do practice about 200, 300, 500 very easily. You will have some drainage from coming out because we also do a Jalneti. If you want to see Jalneti, I have in the YouTube. You can look at a Jalneti, how to do a Jalneti, how to clear up the nostril. Another way you can do Bhastrika, active inhalation and exhalation, with all the asana practice. You can do simple like a chest opening. You can do breathe in. And balance you do, many a time people ask me how to balance it. Now do, say the inhalation, exhalation, inhalation, exhalation. Now do inhalation, exhalation. Got the balancing here, then here. Do it, you will see the difference in your body and mind. We do many a time, we do like your sit-ups, push-ups. We do all the, even going, go with the, we include in our asana practice. Or we do the hand raising high up. It's called very slow, we do generally in a cycle. We do about 20 slow is called Ishwar. Medium space is called So-Hum. Rapid call it Vishnu. Let me show you one cycle. It's a count of 10. 10 slow, 10 medium, 10 fast. But for us, we do 20, one cycle, then you do 2 cycle, 4 cycle, 6 cycle. We just keep on doing it. We love Bhastrika Pranayama. This is a gateway of Pranayama. If you're doing it with me, you can do it. Just slow 10. When you pull it down with the Adhi Mudra. Huh? Like a Ishwar. Huh? Your medium pace, So-Hum, 10 of them. Rapid, Vishnu, very fast, 10 of them. See, when you do that, if you know about the physiology behind it, is that it is removing all the carbon dioxide, bringing more oxygen in. It's called aerobic glycolysis. In aerobic glycolysis, oxygen combines with glucose, forms carbon dioxide, water, and ATP. ATP is the energy, adenosine triphosphate. If you don't have enough oxygen, it's called anaerobic glycolysis. In anaerobic glycolysis, you produces lactic acid, pain-producing substances. So this is like your pain medication. So what I tell people, you have a pain in the shoulder, pain in the knee, find a spotless and do a Bhastrika Pranayama. If you cannot raise your arm high up, find a posture with less pain in a rotator cuff here, and then money back guarantee, you'll get better. Gateway of Pranayama. Next is your Kapalbhati Pranayama. Oh, this is called your Prano Pradhan Pranayama. It brings prana in your body. I practice it every single day. You know, I have that sort of energy. You know, I'm like a energizer battery for a reason. Is my daily practice. Next one is your Kapalbhati Pranayama. Active exhalation, passive inhalation. I have a balloon here, I have a diaphragm here, another balloon here. I don't do anything with the breathing. I bring my awareness here, I push it in, it hits the diaphragm, hits the lung, air comes out. If you're new to the practice, you can put your hand in the belly button, hand under the nose, Close your eyes and do, you will see. I'm not breathing. I'm just doing active exhalation. And I'm breathing in between without knowing it. I'm breathing in between without knowing it. See, I don't need to learn how to breathe in. Remember, breathing in is automatic. I was born, the day I was born, I took a deep breathing in. So you do it the mudras. First, this is called your dhyana mudra. It quiets your mind, quiets your pitta. When index finger down, this is called a vayu mudra. It controls your pain, your vata. This is called a shunya mudra. It is improves your hearing. This is called a prithvi mudra. This is very good for your diabetes, truncal obesity. This is your varun mudra. It controls your bladder, fluid in the body, your skin, your whole called a rupa. This is called your shakti mudra, a prana mudra. Your ring finger, little finger, and thumb. Then you do your middle finger, ring finger, and thumb. There's an apana mudra. This is called a pachan mudra. This helps in all elimination. Your index finger down, it is called your hridaya mudra. A pachan mudra, then it's called your apna vayu mudra. Lot of mudras are there. This is called your Ganesh mudra, the linga mudra. Let's do few mudras and Kapalbhati pranayam. If you're doing with me, keep on doing with me, and I will tell you the benefit of it. And so let's do about 10 Kapalbhati pranayama with each mudra. The reason it's called Kapalbhati is that Kapal is a forehead, Bhati is a shining. So what it is, that when you remove all the toxins from your body, you develop called yatejas, or also it is called Agni Pradhan Pranayam. It ignites your Jathar Agni. When it ignites your Jathar Agni, then you get a tejas. Tejas means you get an aura around your face. And that's where the name Kapalbhati Pranayam came from. So let's start with one mudra. It's a Dhanu mudra or a Gyanu mudra. You put it down and do Kapalbhati Pranayam. Let's 10 of each with each mudra, and I'll tell you the benefit of it. So let's start. Very slow, 1 per second. So now you see, change your mudras. You go to your Vayu mudra and keep doing it and see what happens. It massages your liver, massages your stomach, massages your spleen, massages your pancreas, massages your small intestine, massages your large intestine. For women, it massages your uterus, massages your ovaries, massages your tubes, massages your prostate gland. Change into called Shunya Mudra, improves your hearing. Same pranayama, when you can do a little faster, completely effortlessly, it is called a Kriya. So the Kriya, when you do the Kriya is going to be called Shodhan Kriya. It's called Sharir Shuddhi. It cleanses your physical body. So if you keep on doing it, you will see the effect of it in your body and mind. Change your to called Prithvi Mudra. This is for diabetes and obesity. People with diabetes, the first pranayama is your Kapalbhati pranayama, and do with your Prithvi Mudra, Kapalbhati pranayama. So in a Kapalbhati pranayama, in a people with diabetes, you will touch your ring finger and thumb, and you'll be practicing. Go to the Varun Mudra. When you go to the Varun Mudra, you are massaging the diaphragm and massaging into the lower part of your lung. Lower part of your lung, and all the toxic material is going to be removed from the lung. And remember, in between the lung, you have an organ, is the heart. So the heart also gets massaged from underneath. So here, you keep on doing it and just take a look at it, how beautiful pranayama it is. Or you switch back to this is to improve your bladder function. Varun Mudra, the water element. This is your called Shakti Mudra. Shakti Mudra or a Prana Mudra. Ring finger, little finger, thumb. Wake up in the morning, you don't feel that you don't have enough energy, you do it in the Shakti Mudra. Now look at it. In massaging both sides of the lung, removing all the toxic material and bringing fresh oxygen in. Between the lung, there is the heart, and slowly it is massaging your heart. So if you think about, if we in yogic tradition, when you massage your organ, the organ functions better. So now think about it. This is like your CPR, cardiopulmonary resuscitation. When heart stops, we do a cardiac massage. Next mudra is called Apana Mudra. This helps in a proper elimination. It's also called Pachan Mudra. Here it is, you are doing it. I'm massaging my heart very slowly. So this is almost like I call it an internal CPR. Very good for people with heart disease. But this is all done very simple, very effortlessly. Talking, breathing. A lot of mudra. This is called Apana Vayu Mudra. This is called Hriday Mudra. This is very good for your heart and lung function. Initially you do as long as you can, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, minute is fine, but your target will be 5 minutes to 10 minutes for diabetes. Not today, not tomorrow. Third pranayama is the Anulom Vilom pranayama, alternate nostril breathing. Left nostril is controlled by the right brain. Right brain is intuitive, right brain is female, right brain is cooling. So left nostril breathing is called your Chandradhara. It's called your cooling energy. It's called Ida. Right nostril is controlled by the left brain. Left brain is analytical, left brain is male, left brain is very heating, called Suranari, sun energy. So it activates both sides of your brain. In our yoga tradition, left side of our body is a female energy, right side is a male energy. Use your left hand with the Dhyana Mudra, or Jnana Mudra. Right hand, close your right nostril. You don't have to close all the way down. Just close the lower part of the nostril. Breathe out through your left nostril. Breathe in through your left nostril. Drop your hand down. Close your left nostril. Breathe out through your right nostril. Then breathe in through your right nostril. Close your right nostril. Breathe out through your left nostril. Slowly bring more awareness. You put your index finger and middle finger in between your eyebrows in the third eye. And also take your left hand, hold it into your right earlobe. This is called super brain yoga. Super brain yoga balances both sides of the brain. Then you do alternate nostril breathing. Breathe out through your left nostril. Breathe in through your left nostril. Close your left nostril. Breathe out through your right nostril. Breathe in through your right nostril. Breathe out through your left nostril. This is the technique. You do it until you have any effort. Slowly and slowly, you will enter into a profound level of relaxation. You do it between 5 to 10 minutes. And also, the ear, very important. This is all your, auricular branch of vagus nerve. You practice it 5 to 10 minutes. Remember, 25 minutes of asanas, 25 minutes of pranayama. Bhastrika, do about 2 to 3 minutes. Kapalbhati, you between 5 to 10 minutes. Anulom Vilom, you between 5 to 10 minutes. 3 basic pranayams for daily, and throughout the whole day, exhalation longer than inhalation. You're already there. You're already completely healed. All the non-NCDs will be gone. Bhramri pranayam, which I showed it to you, very important. Quiets down your mind. Do it one more time. Close down your 5 senses. Always through the nose. Breathe out first. Take a deep breath in and breathe out with the sound of a bumblebee. Index finger in the forehead. Use your 3 fingers to close your eyes. You can also do it another mudra called Shanmukhi mudra. Close your ear with the thumb. Close your mouth. Breathe out through your nostril. Deep breath in through your nostril. Complete quieting down of your mind. Bhramri pranayama. The bandhas is calling your Udyani bandh, then is called Jalandhar bandh, and called a Mula bandh. In a Udyani bandh, you breathe out first, take a deep breath in, completely breathe out, suck your stomach in and hold. This is also called a Bajra pranayama. It increases the negative intra-abdominal pressure, proper perfusion of the intra-abdominal organs. Powerful tool. You got a chin lock, you do a chin lock with a breath holding. Remember, you breathe in, and then it's called Puroka. Then you hold your breath, it's called Kumbhaka. When you hold your breath after inhalation, it's called Abhantarin Kumbhak. Breathe out is called a Rechak. Then you hold your breath after breathing out, it's called suspension, it's called Bajra Kumbhak. You do Abhantarin Kumbhak with Jalandhar Bandha. Jalandhar Bandha is slowly touching chin to the chest. It stimulates your carotid sinus. It's a profound relaxation to the point it's called your Murcha Pranaya. Murcha means unconscious. The technique is again in the hand, you do the Adhi Mudra. Breathe out first. Take a deep breath in. Hold your breath. Slowly drop your chin down, bring your chin to the chest, and stay here. Keep counting how long you can hold your breath, completely effortlessly. It's a wonderful practice. It's called Murcha Pranayama. In fact, the breath holding in inhalation is parasympathetic. It's a big, medical people might know, it's called a Herring-Brewer reflex. When the lungs starts to expand, the lungs starts to collapse. When it starts to collapse, doesn't let you expand anymore, they're done through a vagus nerve, vagus nerve activation. Very important pranayamas. You can do Agnisar Kriya. Is also part of your, like you move your abdominal wall. Is very good for your diabetes. For the diabetes, truncal obesity, same thing you do. Breathe out first. Take a deep breath in. Completely breathe out. Suck your stomach in and move. It's called Agni Kriya. So you do this. These are all being sequentially. I have all the YouTube videos. You can take a look at it. I'm showing the techniques. But in the morning, you do in sequence. First 3 pranayamas you do for day. Vastrika, Kapalbhati, Anulom Vilom. Include Bhramri pranayam. Then you include your Vajra pranayam, or called your Uddiyani Bandh. Then you do a chin lock, Murcha pranayam. Then the Ujjayi pranayam, which is called a victorious pranayam. Try to close your larynx and try to slowly try to breathe in. You'll hear a sound like it's called a resistive inhalation. Resistive inhalation, and then it stimulates your 2 nerves which come into your larynx called superior and inferior laryngeal nerve, which are branches of the vagus nerve. So the vagus, 80% is called the afferent. It goes to your brainstem. And the efferent comes out through your cranial nerves. The cranial nerves have a glossopharyngeal nerve, which supplies your soft palate, and hypoglossal nerve, which supplies your tongue. So a Ujjayi pranayam almost a cure-all for your snoring, because snoring is a vibration of your soft palate. And it pushes the tongue in front. It is a therapy for your sleep apnea. For sleep apnea and snoring is Ujjayi pranayam. Ujjayi pranayam is also very relaxing. So what you do Ujjayi pranayam, then Ujjayi pranayam you incorporate chin lock. Chin lock is also very relaxing because it stimulates your carotid sinus. Then you do a left nostril breathing. It's called Chandravedi pranayam. Left nostril breathing was cooling. Right nostril is your Suravedi pranayam, sun energy. So let me show you one time and see how beautiful pranayam it is. So breathe out first. Take a deep breath in. Completely breathe out. This comes with the practice, and it's called Ujjayi, victorious. But the time you can do Ujjayi pranayam with your Uddiyani Bandh, Jalandhar Bandh, and Chandravedi pranayam, you have overcome any non-communicable disease you have. So respiratory function, you need to improve your respiratory function. This is called resistive inhalation. So you're trying to close it and trying to breathe in. Very good for thyroids, because it massages your thyroid gland. Now it's the opposite. The opposite is called a Shankho pranayam. Shankho pranayam, resistive exhalation. Like you do this Adhimudra, put one in the top. This one you do to the mouth. Always remember, as I said, you don't do breathe through the mouth, but when you do the breathe through the mouth for different reasons. So here you are going to do it, improve your lung function. Another mouth will do called a Sitali pranayam. So we'll show another one, Sitali and Sitkari pranayam. So cooling down. It's called a Shankha pranayam. Put it here. Shankha is like a Shankha blowing a conch shell. So you breathe out first. Take a deep breath in. I'm trying to blow a conch shell. Resistive inhalation. For a Pitta people, or people who have a functional disorder for like a gastrointestinal reflux, or people with women with hot flushes, you do Sitali pranayam, Sitkari pranayam. So here I'm only showing you the technique, because a practice, once you do the practice, you will see it will take you 25 minutes and half an hour. You'll be able to do the whole practice very easily. And I do it every single day, so I know the timing wise also. In Sitali, what you do, you roll your tongue out, you breathe through your mouth and breathe out through your nostril. But it's not for breathing, it's cooling down. Like this, tongue rolls out. Close your mouth, breathe out through your nostril. Within a few breaths, your whole inside gets cooled down. Women with hot flushes is very good. Acid reflux is very good. Somebody said, I cannot stick my tongue out. You can do it through your teeth. Called a Sitkari Pranayama. Through your teeth, you can breathe in. Lot of pranayamas there. Plavani pranayam, sadanta pranayam. But all these things, and I'm getting in there, I'm slowly and slowly getting into a meditation. What is a meditation? Quieting down your mind. Stay calm in the middle of crisis. So you need what's called a focus meditation. What is a focus meditation? One is called a mantra meditation. You can meditate with a mantra, as I explained to you in the morning. Mantra has a vibration. Brain has a vibration. So if you do a mantra, mind quiets down. Japa meditation. You can do a japa. You can do keep on counting. Japa. Japa is in every faith has a japa. Islam has a japa. Christianity has a japa. Hindus have a japa. Japa because your mind comes to here. Or you can do focus meditation. Close your eyes. You can see you're in front of an ocean. You're looking at the blue sky or blue or water. Or you're looking at a tip of a mountain. Or you're looking at a flame. And there may be a flame in front of you, like a trata. But what the most important thing is the focus. One focus is your breath. You can always visualize your breath. You can visualize your breath. Breath is coming in through your nostril, or the upper part of the lung, middle part of the lung, lower part of the lung. Breath is coming out from the lower part of the lung, middle part of the lung, upper part of the lung. It's called a breath-centered meditation. A lot of the techniques of meditation, but meditation will come to you. Essentially, let's go ahead and practice a few minutes. This will be, initially you think it is almost impossible, but it is possible. And yoga says, in stages, impossible become possible. You will be doing alternate nostril breathing without closing your nostril. This is the software controlling your hardware, mind controlling your body. Another thing is that controlling your five senses quiets down your mind. Remember, mind is a content of your five senses. So one of the technique is a silence. Silence quiets down your five senses. Let's do, we'll be practicing alternate nostril breathing without closing the nostril, and we'll finish with a little silent meditation. But the reason is, when your body-mind is connected, when you have a yoga practice, you can access, we have a gross body and a subtle body. There's another body called a causal body. Gross body is connected to our body, subtle body connected to our mind, causal body is connected to our spirit. So when my body and mind is connected, I can access my body, because this is called imprinted memory. I've been looking at my body, so I know exactly where my nose is, I know exactly where my ear is, I know exactly where my head is. So I can touch top of my head. I can touch tip of my nostril. I can see, I can touch my right great toe. I can touch left little toe. I can touch both the knees. So I will be able to do it. So let's try. Sit down with the spine straight, eyes closed, touch your index finger and thumb, Put it over your knees. Bring your awareness in your nose. Visualize both the nostril and visualize you're breathing out through your left nostril. Visualize you are breathing in through your left nostril. Visualize you are breathing out through your right nostril. Visualize you are breathing in through your right nostril. Visualize you are breathing out through your left nostril. I can clearly see I'm breathing through my left nostril in. I'm breathing out through my right nostril. Let's see if you practice for some time. I'll give you an indication that we'll go into silence. We'll be doing it for a very short time because I like to have a little bit more discussion about your questions before we finish. And at home, a little longer. Just continue alternate nostril breathing without closing your nostril. Let's go into a moment of silence. See what the silence has to do with your mind and body. Slowly bring your hands in front of your heart chakra. Touch your little finger and thumb. Separate your ring finger, middle finger, and index finger. This is called Padma Mudra. Padma Mudra connects your body, mind, and spirit. Our soul resides in your heart. We know all the time, we all the time say, memorize by heart. Heart is a site for your introspection. Self-discipline is our dharma. Self-discovery is our introspection. Self-realization is looking inside, enlightenment. Self-realization, your eyes turn backwards. Instead of looking outside, looking inside, trying to find it out. I am the cause, I am the cure. We cured all of our non-communicable diseases. Put your hands together in front of your heart chakra. We have talked about 3 bodies, Sthula Sharir, Shukha Sharir, Karana Sharir, 5 koshas, Annamaya Kosha, Pranamaya Kosha, Manomaya Kosha, Vijnanamaya Kosha, Anandamaya Kosha. 7 chakras, Muladhara Chakra, Shadhisthana Chakra, Manipur Chakra, Anahata Chakra, Vishuddha Chakra, Agga Chakra, Sahasra Chakra. All the 3 bodies, 5 koshas, 7 chakras are in balance. Body, mind, and spirit is in balance. We're in a profound level of transformation from rogi to nirogi to yogi. So wonderful experience. And again, finish. This is a wonderful yogic practice, thumbing and cupping. Keep rubbing your hands, keep rubbing your hands. When you feel the warmth in your hand, if you're wearing glasses, remove your glasses. Take the hands like a cup, put it over your eyes. Let the eyes take all the heat from your hand. Massage your forehead, massage your eyes, massage your ear. Remember the auricular branch of the vagus nerve, even inside the ear. Come to the neck, massage your carotid sinuses in the front and the back. Open your eyes. It's a wonderful practice. This is a little part of your a snippet of your pranayama practice, a little meditation practice. Same sutra, new sutra you take home. Karo yog, raho nirog. Do yoga, stay healthy, disease-free. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my practice with you. I don't teach, I share my practice. Anytime you want me to come back again, I will come. Only way, I just tell everybody, catch me if you can. You have to catch me, but if you catch me, I'm yours. Let's open up the floor, see if you have any discussions, and then if you have any closing remarks you want to make from the temple. And Sarada, you can make an announcement for everybody through your email or else that they can get a book from me and sending me a text or email, which you have, my email and text, and I'll take care of it. Okay, any questions or any comments?
Can you unmute everybody, please?
Okay, unmute. Yeah, you can unmute yourself or you can.
Thank you very much, sir. Saradi is going to a couple of words, word of thanks. He has to do that. It's...
Questions is it?
Yeah,
Sure.
go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm ready. That's what I like. Question and answer. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, I mean, this is a vast ocean. I wanted to know, for a beginner, do you have any video on YouTube? How
Yes.
many you can do?
Yes, I have. In fact, the one I have for the yoga therapy for health and healing, a daily practice, it is in chapters. It's in chapters. And the chapters are, in fact, I may have it. Yeah, yes, you will see in the chapters, every chapter has your a relaxation of the different part of the bodies, the upper part, middle part, lower part, then what are the different diseases you have. A lot of chapters, about 26 chapters. You have the pranayamas and how to do the beginning, how to start. Then you have one which is called how to start in yoga therapy practice. These are all, even in my YouTube videos are all there. So if you can pick up this video, this is called yoga therapy for health and healing. It will guide you slowly how to build up a daily practice.
Is yoga and meditation go hand in hand?
Again, see that all the thing I've been talking about, there is nothing called yoga, nothing called meditation. Why? Yoga is called Ashtanga Yoga. Ashtanga Yoga is Yam, Niyam, Asana, Pranayam, Pratyahar, Dharan, Dhyan, Samadhi. Meditation is the 7th limb of the yoga. It's not the yoga and meditation. Yoga is meditation. An outcome of yoga is all in meditation, not in samadhi, because I don't think we'll arrive that phase of samadhi. So meditation will come to you. You prepare your body. I have a couple of YouTube videos how to prepare your body, breath and mind for meditation. I did one for the Indian Embassy. You might see that Indian Embassy. I have 4 segments. First one is called Yoga is Meditation. Next one is called Ayurvedic Meditation. Another called the Pranayama is meditation. And finally, it's called Dinocharya, daily routine meditation. There are four-part meditation videos, and they're all uploaded in YouTube videos. I cannot tell you the dates, but these are all marked to the dates. 2020, it was the 2020, 07, 26, or 24. That's what you know, 2020, July 24th. Any questions you have, just shoot me an email and I'll guide you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. Okay, let me have some closing remarks. If not, questions.
Are you there, man?
Any other questions?
Yeah.
I see a couple of comments there. What is that for? Is anything we're missing? Don't want to miss anything.
Okay.
Someone is asking about.
1 second, Sarati, 1 second. Somebody is talking about carotid sinus when you're massaging the neck. Accidentally, you may massage the carotid sinuses. It may produce bradycardia. And
I mean, you know,
so you got to be careful. That's what they're saying.
These are again, you know, we hear it all the time, the time. The question here is, you know, when you are doing it for yourself, remember this, when you're doing for yourself,
yeah,
you can never hurt yourself. It is somebody else doing it for you, you know, it's going to hurt you. And same way I said, you cannot even hold your breath to die. Somebody has to hold your breath. So again, and then, you know, accidental bradycardia from the carotid sinus massage, yeah, possible, but it's almost, you know, unheard of. And with the thing we do the chin lock. We do chin lock for the carotid sinus massage. It's called Murcha Pranayama. And we have now, you know, years and years, millions and millions of practice. We hardly have seen any, we call it a yoga accidents, when it is done listening to your body signal. But you know, our mind, when you say 1 is good, 10 is better, so you push yourself, you know, you can get to the heart. That's a very good question. You know, when you do carotid sinus massage, you do it very gently. Thank you.
Namaste, Dilip ji.
Namaste ji.
I'm a yoga teacher, but taking your seminar today, it's taken me to the next level, especially using all the mudras. So thank you very much.
Welcome. Mudras.
Yes, Uma.
Very powerful.
The question is, mudras are really the connector between body and mind. So
I just use very little bit in my practice with my students, but you've shown me a path to use more in my practice.
Please use it all the time. Even in the mudra, use the mudras even to do asanas. Practice all the mudras with your, in fact, when you walk, you're walking, do your mudras when you're walking. It's a wonderful practice, 24/7 practice, mudras.
Thank you.
Dr. Sarkar?
Yes.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Thank you very much for such a wonderful practice. My question is, what is the youngest age for the pranayams because I usually see kids more, so I just want to know about that.
I love this question. I hear it all the time, you know. Okay. We have no age restriction for even pranayama and asanas, but what we find out, the children do not do asanas and pranayamas. But children do what parents do. So if you are doing it, they will do it with you. Next thing we find out, it generally takes between 5 to 10 years for children to be independent. To do it. But simple way of saying, I am not doing anything and I'm telling my children to do it, they are not going to do it. So you do it yourself first, parents do it, children will do it, parents. And absolutely there's no way. I have a grandson, 11 months. I just go ahead and just myself, just do it, long exhalation. I just show him the Om. Trying to show him what the long exhalation looks like.
So Lom and all these pranayams can be easily they can do it.
Very easy. If the children do it so well, you know, it's amazing. And plus, you know, the kids have their respiratory problem. When they feel better with a little Bastrika and Anulom Vilom Pranayam, they'll get hooked to it. They'll never leave home without doing it. And I have seen it really. Jalneti is another one. Jalneti is another one. Children get hooked to the Jalneti. Yes.
Instructions, especially for hypothyroid, you know, it's very common.
What is that? Hypo?
For hypothyroidism, you know, what some of the asanas.
Yeah, in yoga, there is nothing called hypo and hyper. In yoga, basically, it is your imbalance. You have an imbalance in the thyroid function. So generally, you do anything you do, the massaging the thyroid gland. Massaging the thyroid gland is always helps. So one is your Matsasana, you know, the fish pose. Is very good. Ustrasana. When you do Ustrasana, you know, you're massaging your. You can do a Sarvangasana, and the Halasana, then Ujjayi Pranayam. These are all, you know. So always remember, if you do it, if you want to do it, an organ-specific asana and pranayama generally doesn't work. This is not a reduction; it's holistic. You do a proper relaxation response, proper activation of parasympathetic tone, then you incorporate a little bit of your, the imbalance you have. Same thing like autoimmune disease. You know, thyroid, hypothyroid is called Hashimoto disease. Autoimmune disease is imbalance of your immune system. You improve your immune function with the proper igniting your Agni. Ignite your Agni, form of ojas. Once you understand this concept as a yoga teacher, you incorporate disease specific. You really don't want to do a protocol driven. You do this. You understand the concept. Then you can incorporate in your teaching and your practice.
Hi, Dr. Sarkar.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Namaste.
Namaste.
Sudha here. I've been doing yoga for nearly 6-7 years. When I do Shitali Pranayama, I do it with something like this.
I don't see you.
So when I exhale and come down, my lower back hurts.
Okay, this is very, let me see what I'm doing. Video. Okay, you know, all the thing happened that when you hurt your lower back, that means you are, remember what I said, you need to support your back. So always either sit in a chair or support your back, or sit against a wall and do it. Okay. Any pranayam, when you do it, when you start it, you know, the lower back will, and even lower back, even sometimes somebody's upper back will have some discomfort to start. Keep your back supported when you do it, and do it very effortlessly, very slowly. And slowly you will see, we'll bring it up more and more.
Thank you.
Good question. Okay, Saradi, let's finish it today because people are getting hungry.
Anyone have any questions?
Yeah, I have one question.
Okay.
Dr. Sarkar, this is Sujata again. When you came to Orlando, I was not even able to sit on the floor with my left knee pain. I've been practicing and now I can do Surya Namaskar every day for 20 minutes. Thank you so much, sir.
What do you call medicine, Langana? What is called? Proof is in the pudding, huh?
Yeah, that's right. We trusted you from the very beginning.
This is the proof is in the pudding, you know. Yeah. And once sitting in front of you, this is the proof, you know. The big proof.
You have that healing voice and healing touch and healing therapy.
Thank you.
You're a great person.
Actually, I tell you what is a philosophy? You know, last Saturday I taught was called Philosophy of Medicine. You can go to my YouTube video, you can see. So that I started with one statement. The statement is, it's all over the news. There's a man who survived 128 days for the COVID-19. He had a COVID-19. He survived 128 days. So his doctor was asked, what did you do for him to survive 128 days? He said, we don't do anything. We did exactly what you do for other patients. So how did he survive? What happened to him 128 days? He said he had the finest component for healing. He said, what? Well, he had a hope and he had a support.
Yeah.
Just blew my mind, coming from a Western physician, he said he had a hope and he had a support. And we see it all the time, people with cancer. He said, that's it, I'm going to die. They do die. I'm going to do the fight. Alex Trebek, stage 4, cancer of the pancreas. Then our Ruth Ginsburg, our Supreme Court judge, stage 4, cancer of the pancreas. So the hope, the support, really is amazing, amazing practice. Okay, Saradil, let's put a little closing remarks or closing practice. What do you do from a temple?
Closing remarks by our education chair.
Okay.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you for your time and valuable lessons to our devotees. The closing remarks will be, I will ask Krishna Swami to go on vote of thanks. Krishna Swami, he is our temple president.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Dr. Sarkarji. This is our blessing. Lord Venkateswara brought you over the virtual meeting to meet with you all and your friends. But what I can say, we are blessed one way, another way we couldn't be able to see you in person today in Pittsburgh. But we would like to have you, everything goes very well by next year, we can have you over here. I hope so. Okay.
I mean, physically,
physically, yes. Physically, temple.
One of these days.
Yes. First of all, I would like to thank you, our temple trustee, Mani Manohar Aunty, who brought Dr. Sarkarji idea to our temple. She had the experience what she had gone through at his retreat center over there. As soon as he came back to Pittsburgh, she called me and said, Krishna, we need to do this. This is a very effective program for our community. This is all for our community. And Dr. Sarkarji is doing a great service to our community. And moreover, we are bringing our Indian culture, Indian way of healing to this new world. Almost, about 45 people are here. More or less, everybody will take one or other medication other than Dr. Sarkarji.
Okay. Before closing, I want to thank all the participants for giving their time and joining us today and making the program very successful.
Right.
In addition to that, our thanks and gratitude go to the temple administration who have allowed this program possible and successful. Thank you one and all. I have put the Dilip Sarkar's email address here. I want to make sure this is the correct address. Dilip sir, can you tell me? Dilip Sarkar, STER@gmail.com. Is it the correct email address for you?
Perfect email. Yes.
That's what was in the internet. That's what I posted there.
Yes, that's a one. I have multiple email, but that is good enough. I'll get to answer all of them.
All right then. If anybody wants to get in touch with him for any purpose, that is his email. Okay. Thank you.
And my last comment is, finishing comment is, divine connected us for a reason, and we'll find it out the reason. Let's keep in touch.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, sir.
We got to figure out what was the problem with Mani Manoharan's video or audio system. She kept on flashing on the screen. Is she there at all?
Yeah, I spoke to I spoke
what
to
does she
them,
say?
and it's something.
Huh?
They're using landline, so they're not able to mute it.
Oh, okay, okay.
They're using landline to listen to Swamiji, but
All right.
sorry for that.
No, you don't have to apologize for that. That's not your thing. Thank you for finding it out at least. Okay, we'll close the meeting if unless somebody has something to say, even though Swamiji is not there, doctor is not there.
I just wanted to know a little bit more about the program he has. What is it all
No, you go to the YouTube.
Is it on YouTube? Okay.
Yeah,
Or you can go to Facebook Live. Facebook Live.
Yeah.
Facebook Live. I have a Saturday morning at 9:30. Every Saturday morning. Facebook Live.
Saturday morning. That's good information.
Facebook Live is a public, so anybody can join.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So whoever wants books, I think send an email to Sarkarji,
Yes,
and he's going to guide you how to.
Yeah.
Is that sir?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Pranam.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
You know, Dr. Sarkar, you have such a look and a voice that's very appealing and touching. Not every doctor has that.
Keep in touch. So, I have your number. I'll call you.
Okay, you know, that's what the people say. Sometimes they go to the doctor because he has got a good hands. They just want a touch from the doctor, not the medicine kind of a thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Good job, Saradi.
By God's grace, sir, without Lord Venkateswara help, we can't do it.
But you have to, he makes the workers to work. If there are no workers, he can't do anything. They are instruments. We need the instrument.
Yeah, we need to do it for our temple.
Okay, all right. Okay, let's send a letter of thanks to.
This was one of the best programs recent.
Yeah, that's good. He's really very effective.
Absolutely. There is no question. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, Raji.